New phone, who dis? Welcome on in, everybody. How we doing today? Ralph, I see you there, skulking about. Welcome on in, Ralph. Welcome on, Ralph. Welcome on in, Lana. How you doing today? We got a follow last night from Abigail's stream. Thank you so much, Pokestick, for the follow. Welcome to the cat carrier. Enjoy your sentence. So, let me explain this challenge, okay? So, you donate to one or the other. And I'm gonna have this challenge running the entire month. If we complete one of the challenges, then I will start a second tier of 50,000 channel points. And I mean, like, if they're pretty, like, if they're pretty close and one's ascending past the other, and we need that many channel points to decide, I'll extend it to another 50,000 bracket. But this challenge will be running the entire month of August 20th to September 20th. Right? So let me take those in chat. August 20th, or I guess August 19th, because we're starting today. August 19th to September 20th. And whichever one is higher by that point will win the challenge. Then I'm doing it in increments of 50,000 so that I can essentially have like Octopath tier 2, Octopath tier 3, etc., so that if we end up going above something like 100,000, which I think is the limit, then I will have a way of still being able to count which is higher. That said, I don't think 50,000 is gonna be, like, too low, but we'll see what happens. So the game challenge will be running from August 19th to September 20th. Maybe I'll change the title to have that. I'll have that 8/19 to 9/20. There we go. Put it in the title. So, whichever one is higher by the end of the challenge is what we're gonna play after whatever JRPG we're on at that point in time. Okay? So if we're on Final Fantasy X-2 by that time, we will follow up X-2 with the winner. If we're still on 9, then we'll follow up 9 with the winner, etc., etc. It should be pretty easy. Right now, though, it's a tied game. Let's see. Oh, no, it isn't. Oh no, never mind. We have 3 people Octopath right now. Disco Elysium, your favorite JRPG. Disco Elysium I'll play after, I think I'll play it without a voice. If not then I'll play it sometime later. Okay, so right now, Octopath at 6K and Chrono Trigger at 4K. So, it's a tight enough race that essentially, it's essentially one person ahead right now on Octopath. And we'll see how that ends up by the end of the month, okay? So, make sure to plug in your channel points for the one you want. Not just for both of them, but for the one you want. Okay? You get that? You can do both if you want. But there's only gonna be one winner. The other one's gonna happen much later. So, just be aware of that. Only one is gonna get played in a month from now. So, be aware. No matter what, though, I will be playing both Octopath and Chrono Trigger because I am very excited to play both of them. So, it doesn't matter if you vote for the one that you don't want to see, basically. Because it'll still get played, it'll just get played at least a month after the first one. Okay? It's just to say, which one are we gonna play at the in September, at the end of September. Apart from that, how's everybody doing today? Oh yeah, welcome on the Awesome Pie as well. I didn't say hello, but there's your hello. Disco Elysium is not, that's not a JRPG, man. It ain't a JRPG. It's a visual novel. But yeah, we're gonna be playing some National Park Girls today. We'll see, maybe 4 hours, maybe 5 hours. We'll see how long my voice holds up. My voice was really struggling by the end of the 8-hour and 20-minute stream. But as you would expect it would, because I'm not really trained to do it. You said you got caught up on the FF9 stream? It only went on for like another 20 minutes. It sounds a bit strange. It's not terribly strained today, but it's a little bit... there's a little bit of something in there that is a little bit killer. But I'm trying to drink away my problems with coffee. It's your fault? No, it's not your fault. I did the 8-hour stream. Is it your fault that everyone's donating to both of the goddamn games? Because that's true. It is your fault for that. But yeah, it's okay though, because if they're close like that, I'll just start up another bracket eventually and we'll keep going, you know? But there can only be one winner. If it ends in a tie, then you guys have to walk the plank. Somebody is getting thrown in the fucking cat carrier if it ends in a tie, alright? And it's not gonna be me. You only saw Octopath first, so you voted on that one. It be like that sometimes. But yeah, like I said, I'll just update it. Like, if people just vote for both, then I'll just update them with extra brackets. And well, now you know. And so you can vote once per stream, remember, and you can throw in 2,000 once per stream. So now you know. Now you know. But yeah, you guys really want to see some Octopath, don't you? Or do you want to see? I don't know. I guess we'll have to see. It looks like Ralph wants me to do Octopath in particular. I can't say I'm opposed to it. We've got both of them ready to go. And both seem like a lot of fun. Yep, okay, perfect. Gonna be playing some National Park Girls today, like I said. What the fuck happened last time? So Eve goes down here. She's kind of a jerk. But also Jessica's kind of a jerk. Both are interesting. You'd enjoy Octopath. Okay. Octopath edges you. I feel like anything with Octo in it is probably your kink, so makes sense. So Eve goes down here. She's transferred here because of bad behavior in her precinct, essentially, or not precinct, but like their National Park Service rangers. She gets transferred here. She thinks that there's ghosts in there, but there isn't. There's actually 3 primals. Not this time, Vina, but cat girls do. Like Jeffrey. And you're over here, Ralph, saying that my accusation of you being Jeffrey is incorrect, okay? You're the one over here complaining about the parallel that I drew, okay? So, turns out she has 3 primals in her closet. Ralphie. 3 primals in the closet: Yosemite, Zion, and Yellowstone. And they're trying to figure out what they're all about. Yosemite's very sassy to Eve. They're very mean to one another. But then some idiot almost catches a forest on fire, and Yellowstone helps by spewing, by like squirting her geyser everywhere. And then we get back and they're kind of learning to respect one another. Kind of. Pull some Arachne. So they're kind of learning to respect each other, but they're struggling. We see some of Eve's past briefly, like her situation, I guess you can say. And she seems complicated, but full of angst. That's what I mostly get from this situation. But I want to see what's going to happen. We also got the educational section, where they talked to us about the creation of the National Park Service. And I think that was just some fun stuff, but like, oh my god, it was cute. So we're gonna have to see what's gonna happen. I don't remember where exactly we left off, except that it was the morning after. So I guess we'll go...
Good point. Eve, if you see Yellowstone, make sure to remind her to do laundry.
Oh, right. Okay, Yellowstone had an explosion because Yosemite's been commanding her around and not appreciating her. Right. What's up, Eve? I grunt as I struggle to lift what must be the 100th bag of garbage from its bear-proof receptacle. My arms lost all feeling roughly 50 bags ago. Giving the bag up and into the bed of the pickup truck I've been given, I spot a split near the seam.
Oh, no, 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 no!
What, because I'm gonna be picking up fucking 50-pound garbage bags in your bed? Is that what you're saying, you fucking hoarder? Can't take a drink of coffee. I guess I'm the hoarder. You should see my, like, Guild Wars 2 mule character right now. I shove the bag upwards as it starts to tear, managing to avoid most but not all the trash juice that spills out. Some of it splashes on my gloves, staining them a repugnant puce color. God knows what's in it. Cigarette butts, energy drinks, whatever other chemicals people feel the need to imbibe themselves with. At least with coffee, you know exactly how you're poisoning yourself. Amen! Once the bag crosses that threshold into the bed of the truck, though, it reaches the fabled "not my problem" zone. I'm sure Simmons will eventually be tasked with throwing it all out. Whatever they pay that man isn't enough. Whatever they pay me isn't enough. What can I say? Well, yeah, it's hard not to be a hoarder, especially when they give you a bunch of junk that, like, you know is useful, but, like, you can't use yet, right? I fluff up one of the empty industrial-sized bags and replace one that I just removed before fitting the lid back on top. Only another 1,000,000 trash cans to go. I climb back to the cab and head off down the road. The truck is older than I am, with a busted radio and a tape deck that might work. I don't know, because I can't think of anyone who still uses cassettes. Didn't we all decide to switch to CDs a couple of years ago? The occasional car passes by, more of them going in the opposite direction of me. Good. That's one less person to deal with. I empty the trash can, then keep going. This one goes better, and I manage not to spill anything on myself. At this rate, I'll probably be done by lunchtime. Yeehaw. I haven't even been driving for 2 minutes before I spot a glimmer of green plastic nudged against a bush. Sighing, I pull over.
Couldn't wait until the trash can, huh? Just had to ditch it right now.
Honestly, it's not emptying the trash that bugs me, it's the inherent laziness that people seem to have built into them. In a national park, though, like, how do you, like, be this sloppy in a national park? Lana, don't you say anything? I mean, like, come on. Sure, they might initially feel a tinge of guilt, but they'll never think about that piece of trash again. They'll never think about how many years it'll take for the plastic to decompose, or the bird that will choke on it, or the baby sea turtle, aka my pet name for Lana. No, people will continue to live their lives, content to watch their nature documentaries while occasionally crying when a polar bear drowns. That's their good deed for the year. After all, there's nothing we can do about it. I see you bottom typing in chat. They're just one person, right? Look, you know, I targeted Ralph first today, and now you get targeted. And next it'll be Kimmy that I target. Yeah, it's laziness, alright. And laziness is harmless until you realize it's just another form of selfishness. Without bothering to put on gloves, I slammed the offending bottle into the back with the rest of the brethren before resuming my journey. I can only pray that it eventually gets recycled. I'd like to see Yosemite's justification for something like this. It's not my job to teach people why they shouldn't litter, because I'm not a third-grade science teacher. It's apathy, plain and simple, and you can't educate apathy away. Isn't that kind of... It's kind of what they show in, Class of 09, right? Like, there's no educating away Nicole's apathy. It's just gonna be there, and it's gonna continue as long as she suffers. Anyway, how you doing there, baby sea turtle? Every now and again, there's an occasional camper who means well and just needs a push in the right direction. But for every one of those campers, there's 10 more waiting in line for that nature documentary. Ironically enough, Yosemite misses the forest for the trees. You're gonna what? You're gonna what? Huh? Yosemite misses the forest for the tree. Yeah. I mean, she has no respect for anyone no matter what. You'll get banned for this. You gotta figure something out. Alright, I'll go get the chalkboard and I'll be waiting. Alright? And Ralph, I want to see what your revenge looks like. Does she know just how many people lose their footing and fall off cliffs in these parks? If they can't even take care of themselves, then how could anyone expect them to take care of the land? I wouldn't use that as an argument for how they can't take care of the land. I think that's a little bit more complicated. But I would use other things to make the same claim, particularly about like litter and starting forest fires and shit. Just ahead I see an aluminum can lying lonesome in the underbrush. I pull over and dig it out. I read that as underbush. Shocker, it's an empty can of beer. The coloring is faded by the sun, meaning it's been out here for a while. I toss it into the back.
Not even a good brand.
No beer is a good brand. I hate to tell you. No brand is a good brand. That was a cute little square fadeaway for all the stuff in the background. By noon, I'm just about done. There are a handful of trash cans left to deal with, and then I'm free. My arms are so sore from all the hauling and lifting I've done, I'm probably going to smell like garbage for a week. If nothing else, at least it's quiet. Lean back and stretch, soaking in the sun as it warms my face. That Windows Movie Maker fucking horizontal slide down. Something rustles in the bushes behind me. Before I can turn around, my vision goes black as someone covers my face with their hands.
Guess who?
I was kind of expecting Yellowstone, but I also was kind of expecting something to happen to Eve. At least there isn't any time to be concerned.
Yellowstone.
Oh, shucks. Was it that obvious?
No, shucks.
You're lucky you have a distinctive voice, or else you'd be unconscious right now.
A heavy breeze rushes around us. Even though the jig is up, she doesn't take her hands away. I mean, Yellowstone's a little powerful. Do you think you can knock her out with a single punch? Or do we need... Is she like a raid boss or something at this rate?
You're such a grump, Eve. Don't you ever lighten up a little?
Firstly, no. Secondly, I'm pretty sure someone coming up out of nowhere and latching onto my face is a good reason to be annoyed.
Alright, who... The voice actors, by the way. Yellowstone's voice actor is Marina. Zion's actor is Taz. And Yosemite's voice actor is Seely, or not Seely, yeah, Sela / Lena. Is what we figured out.
But we're friends.
And they're all in their assorted animes too, that we all know, apparently. To emphasize, she squeezes me a little tighter. Same time, the breeziness intensifies, like she's holding me in a wind tunnel. An electrical hum busts around us. The truck, maybe? Or nearby power line.
Don't push it. Are you going to let go or not?
Oh, right. Ta-da!
She finally lifts back her hands and I turn around to face her.
Seriously, though, don't do that again. I meant it when I said that if I hadn't heard it was you, I would have knocked you out. Wouldn't be the first time.
Did she teleport us?
And beside that,
I stop short, staring past Yellowstone's unrepentant-looking face, only to realize something. I have no idea where we are. The truck is gone. The familiar trees and bushes have been replaced by different trees and bushes.
beside that, where the hell are we?
You want a woman to knock you out? God, same. It's good that Eve can recognize her bushes. Good survival
We're
skills.
home.
She stretches her arms as wide as she can, presenting a grand view of wherever she dragged me to. I glare at her, waiting for her to come out and say it.
Well, I guess it's only home for me.
Vina would know? Yeah. I'm a bush expert. Give me one look at a bush and I'll tell you if I've seen it before. She clears her throat and steps back. Again, she sprawls her arms out like a soaring eagle and presents me with a view, like she's waiting for me to climb.
Welcome back to Yellowstone National Park, the prettiest place on the planet.
Man, the marina really comes out, doesn't it? Instead of clapping, I cross my arms and gaze around. This must be where she took me the night we first met. Now that I'm not being dangled over a ledge in certain death, I get a bit more time to appreciate the view. We're standing near the base of a tall mountain I recognize from years' worth of pictures and postcards. Mount Washburn. Vast forests cover huge swaths of land. Lodgepole pines are by far the most common tree. Not only do they grow from the earth, but a defiant few sprout out from the rocks themselves. Velvety green grass blankets the lesser hills and slopes nearby.
You're right about it being pretty, at least.
I'm slipping into my honeybee lovely voice. Is everybody having a good time?
Ain't it? The whole park is swell, but this trail is the bee's knees.
The bee's knee. Oh my god, even she is getting in on the honeybee lovely references. She puts her hands on her hips and surveys the land like a proud mom. Maybe that isn't accurate. If Yosemite's little fire fever is anything to go by, I guess Yellowstone has a similar connection to a park too.
When I was out earlier, I kept thinking about how I wanted to swing by and visit for a bit. And not too long, of course, because I know Yosemite won't ever pipe down if I don't finish her laundry, but...
Yellowstone trails off, a frown breaking her cheerful facade. Two hummingbirds buzz around us and brush their long beaks against each other as if kissing, before flying off into the trees. A small smile wiggles its way back onto her face.
But I figured a little break can't hurt. Usually I go hiking with Zion, but since we're bunk buddies now, I figured, what the hey, and decided to bring you along instead.
B is for bunk buddies. It's a good thing that I didn't fuck up saying that.
Lucky me. So, where have you been all day, then?
Oh, you know, a little here, a little there. I needed some fresh air after everything this morning.
Yeah, I think I still have shards of coffee mugs stuck in my boots.
Sorry about that. I'm just so...
Explosive?
I'm at my my wits' end, Eve. I've always been the one to do the cooking and the cleaning and the laundrying and everything.
Again, once again, the Marina really came out there.
I alphabetize Yosemite's books and make sure they end up back on the shelf. Even before you moved in, I was the one keeping the cabin spick and span, making sure Yosemite had a comfy reading space, taking care of Zion's hair.
I get it. You do everything around the place.
That's not so empathetic, is it?
I do, absolutely, positively, but all I ever hear is laundry this and tea time that.
Hold on, where's Philia? Hold on, I gotta show her something. Hold on. Oh Jesus. Snipping tool, thank you. There you go. Okay, I'll save that for later. Yellowstone puffs out her cheeks and looks stern in what I think is supposed to be her best Yosemite impression.
Yellowstone, why haven't you done the 10 things I already asked you to do? I've got 5 more that need to be done right now.
I roll my eyes to try to keep myself from chuckling. Couldn't have done it better myself, kid.
So fight back. Tell Yosemite to shove it or something. Tell her you don't want to do all her chores anymore. That'd be more productive than just throwing a tantrum about it.
It's not that I don't want to do it. I like being useful and all. It's just that a little bit more gratitude would be nice, you know? I'm working my tush off for her, but it's crystal clear that she doesn't care about that.
Crystal? I'm working my tush off for you, sweet. She glances over her shoulder, then leans in and cups her hand over her mouth, as if Yosemite might plummet down to the heavens and catch her in the act.
I'm starting to think that maybe she even has it out for me.
That girl has it out for everybody.
But this is different. She was downright mean this morning. It's been like that more and more lately.
Well, if you aren't going to stand up for yourself, then you're pretty much just asking for it.
Well, I'm thinking about what's Yosemite's reason for being more depressed lately, and more agitated, you know? And well, part of it's Eve, of course, but also I feel like she's warming up to Eve, so I'm not entirely sure.
Why can't you cut me some slack?
I mean,
I was kind of hoping for some compassion here.
perhaps her failures as she's trying to research to understand her nature. She is exploding.
Sorry to burst your bubble, but if you're not going to make a change, then all you're doing is blowing off the job people rely on you to do.
I've gotta make a change for once in my life.
That's the thing, though. I'm starting...
Sorry, now Michael Jackson's in my head. I detect the faintest hints of a voice crack.
I'm starting to wonder if it's even worth it. Yosemite is a real pretty place, and I love living with the other gals. I'll always have Yellowstone the park, but taking care of the cabin makes Yellowstone the me really happy. A place to belong, you know?
Hmm.
But if no one at that place appreciates you, then it makes you wonder if you really do belong there.
Smoke or steam, I'm not sure which, rises from the crater in her head. She sighs and gazes past me at the empty wilderness. But even emptier than that is the look in her eyes. I wonder how many mornings I've dragged myself to the mirror only to see the same exhausted stare reflecting back at me.
Look, kid, I get you. I really do. About wondering if it's worth it and all. But I have to know, why me? You said you usually bring Zion along, right? Why not just ask her instead?
Like trying to crack my neck here, man. I can't crack my neck. Yellowstone gives a sad smile, but nonetheless tries to force the cheer out of herself, straining her voice until she sounds only slightly miserable.
I already told you that, silly. I thought you could use a break too. It'll be great. We can tell stories, swap gossip, talk about boys. You know, girl stuff.
What boys are you getting with right now, Yellowstone? I'm pretty sure the three of you are hermits that live in a closet. What is going on?
I'm
here?
not into a single one of those things.
Amen, Eve.
Well, feel free to start walking back to Yosemite if you want. It's a bit under 1,000 miles by foot, so you better get a move on.
Oh my god. This little brat, I swear I'm going... Before I bring myself to wring her neck, I get an idea. So instead I turn around and simply start walking.
Cool. I'll take my chances.
A nice dryad guy or hitchhiker? Maybe. Perhaps. But I feel like she'd have to wear a hat or something, you know? Or like a turban. And then in that case, it'd be like, it'd be a conversation point, and it would get awkward for her.
Wait! Hold on a sec!
She could be like Professor Quirrell and wear a turban to hide his Voldemort, but instead she's hiding a volcano. But if she ever burns up, then she's gonna light her own turban on fire. I freeze and try to hide my grin. No wonder Yosemite is such an ego. Being the smartest person in the room must be addicting. She needs a Yankee with no br- The smoke would be a problem.
The truth
I mean,
is...
the smoke.
I brought you along because I felt like I could trust you. There, I said it.
Oh, Yellowstone. I was like, the spoke? Why is there a wheel spoke in there? Genuine shock wipes a smirk right off my face. Maybe I'm not as smart as I thought.
Huh? But why?
It's silly, but...
Her eyes shift to the ground. She bashfully kicks the dirt around her.
When you complimented my flapjacks the other day, it made me really happy. Like, golly, someone finally appreciates something I'm doing.
Golly. Hold on, I liked it when you complimented my flapjacks the other day too. When we were talking about boob tape. Golly.
And then when you took charge and put out that fire, it just... I don't know, it made me like you even more. It's like you really know what you're doing.
There we go. Then took charge and put out the fire, yeah.
I'm probably just being stupid, huh?
Neither of us say anything. In fact, I'm almost tempted to keep it anyway. Wait, keep it that way, and never have her. Oh my god, I can't read. Hold on. Neither of us say anything. In fact, I'm almost tempted to keep it that way and have her take me back. But there's something about the sad volcano girl that I can't do. I know, right? How many times over the years have I been at my breaking point, just one little step from going off the deep end? How many times have I been blown off and told to suck it up? All I wanted was to vent. You're using language right now. And where has that gotten me? Finally, I give a long, defeated sigh. Yellowstone better thank her lucky stars that her pancakes are good.
Tell you what, kid. You promise, and I mean promise, to take me home in time to finish up with the rest of the trash in the park. And I'll hike around with you for a few hours.
There we go. Crack my neck. Yellowstone perks up, and for the first time I notice how her volcano cuts through the air when she makes sudden movements.
You mean it? Cross your heart and hope to die?
Oh god, don't give me Dead Space 2 flashbacks. She flings herself at me, stopping just shy of our noses touching. I could feel the heat emanating from her head in waves.
Stick 1,000 needles in your eye?
Jesus Christ. I told you not to Dead Space to me, Yellowstone. I told you.
Yes! Now, get out of my face before I plug your volcano with a rock!
There are two things I don't like. Leeches and anything near my eye. I mean, if you plug with a volcano with a rock, she's gonna blow it off. She skips forward, backpack bouncing cheerily on her shoulders. Even if she hadn't just spent 10 minutes talking my ear off about it, it would be easy to see how much she's looking forward to this.
Oh, you won't regret this, Evo! Me and you are gonna
Evo?
have a blast! We're gonna hike and do more hiking, and then after we take it easy for a bit, we can hike even more!
It's great voice acting. 10 of 10 voice actor. I love Marina, and Yellowstone is just Marina, but a little bit more New Yorker.
Not so fast, Mountaineer.
I yank on her backpack and reel her back in. How fast would it go? Depends on how tight. If it's not that tight in there, then it's not going to shoot out very far because it's not going to take a lot of force to overcome friction. But if it's very tightly packed in there, then, I mean, we'll see. Again, the force to overcome friction.
What about that thing on your head? We'll have a lot of explaining to do if someone sees you.
No sweat!
With a flourish, she slides her backpack off and rifles through it for just a second. Then she stands back up triumphant.
Ta-da!
Okay, it works. It works. It's like, when babies come out with too conical a head, so they have to put, like, a hat on them to, like, mold their skull back into the right shape. It's a soft hat. She stretches it over her volcano, covering it perfectly. Now it just looks like she has a really big head.
I guess that's an improvement?
Groovy! Now let's beat feet!
Let's beat something else. Traffic cut, I know, right? I can only assume she means let's go, so I motion my hand forward and let her lead. She skips ahead and starts on the trail, humming to herself and twirling to the music in her head.
Just promise you'll take me home early, please. I'm about overdue for an earful from Jessie, and I don't want to risk it now.
She's gonna say something like, no sweat, now let's beat meat.
You're such a worrywart, Dollface. Just hang back and smell
Dollface.
the roses for a bit.
You're such a worrywart doll face. Oh my god. Marina's having so much fun right now voice acting this character. As she skips further ahead on the trail, I see her hand inch below her backpack, almost hidden. Maybe it's my imagination, but for a brief second, it looks like her fingers are crossed.
This'll be a walk in the park.
I mean, we're literally walking in a park. The pace Yellowstone sets excruciatingly slow. Sometimes it feels like we're not even moving at all. I sometimes have to march ahead, hitting a steady stride so I can keep myself warm among the dusting of snow that decorates our surroundings. It forms mushy mud puddles in parts of the trail, but in others, the path is so well trodden that the snow is gone entirely. Sometimes, Yellowstone will dart off the road to inspect a soggy plant or peculiar rock along the way. She'll kneel down, humming to herself, gently touching the object of her curiosity like a scientist. Yeah, so you're escorting an NPC right now, basically. During these moments, I force myself to stop and admire the flora and fauna with her. Cold be damned, it's been a hot minute or two since I've been within spitting distance of Yellowstone. May as well enjoy some of it, regardless of circumstances. Oh, you've been within spitting distance of her quite often. Please. I can't show you spitting on Yellowstone on stream, unfortunately.
Say, Eve?
Or if I do, I have to cover it up with my body. Content, I move along from the ice-crusted bush that I was looking at to continue on the trail. Like my shadow, Yellowstone falls in a lockstep beside me.
I was wondering, what made you want to become a ranger?
Well, thief is a little bit too criminal for my liking. And warrior, well, not specific enough. Plus, I get dual-wield benefit.
Easy. I like nature, and I like the parks. Wanted a job that would let me be around both. Had my mind set on it since I was a kid.
Well, after that awkward veterinarian phase, but let's not talk about that. I'd like to see Eve be a veterinarian. Because she would just be the meanest fuck. Like, the most mean doctor to the fellow doctors, but, like, absolutely break down around the animals.
Then why are you so grouchy about having to do it?
You sure don't beat around the bush, do you?
Well, yeah. Most folks stop listening if I ramble too long. Cut to the chase is what Yosemite always says.
Oh my god, I love her. At least that's one good piece of advice that Bookworm has.
It's not that I'm grouchy about having to do my job. I just don't like having to deal with people or their messes.
What a relatable thing.
So, you don't like talking to people then?
I think, although I say it's relatable, even though I want to have patience. But there's a difference between a patient who is reliant on you and usually somewhat grateful, and something like this where they are not grateful, they are not paying attention to you, they are not like you're looking up the game and accidentally googled trailer park. That sounds something very different. That sounds like the rule 34 of this game. I was gonna say, there's something different between, like, dealing with people in retail or dealing with people as a cop and dealing with people who are patients. Because the latter one, they care about, like, they care about the interaction that you have. And they're grateful. Rule 63, trailer park boy. Oh, okay. You have some equal opportunity here, at least.
Bingo.
She gets quiet and we drift apart a little bit. My pace stays the same, but Yellowstone starts to lag behind. Not stopping, but not keeping up. I can hear her clomp along behind me. Then her footsteps quicken to catch up.
Are there any rangers that do have to talk more?
Plenty.
What are you squinting at over there? I start to pick up the pace a little. Yellowstone lags behind again, but soon enough she's right by my side again. I just had this, like, intrusive thought of, like, the 5 guys around the couch meme, but it's like a ratty old couch in front of a motorhome in the middle of the woods.
What do they do?
Nothing but talk. Kind of like you.
My mind immediately shifts to Jessie. I'm pretty sure the first thing that woman does when she wakes up is talk. Probably the last thing she does before sleeping, too. If she's not working, then she's almost certainly chatting.
And what do you do?
Talk chatting.
Answer your questions?
Yellowstone giggles as if I told a funny joke. Unfortunately for her, I'm not laughing.
I mean, what do you really do, silly? You're always buzzing around like a worker bee, but it seems like you're doing something new every day.
Again, honeybee references. It's not enough to kidnap me, she has to torture me, too. Yeah, the tongue sticking out there. You a busy bee? I glance back at her. Even though I'm brushing her off, her smile is radiant and genuine as she waits for me to respond. Okay, maybe torture is a bit too strong a word. At the very least, she's not a nagging busybody like some other parks I know.
If you have to know, I'm basically law enforcement. If someone screws up, I'm who they call to take care of it.
So you're like a forest cop.
I knew she was gonna say this so well. I knew this was gonna, like, be directed so well, this line, the moment I saw it.
Not too far off, actually. Got training just like any other cop. Only difference is I did it on the federal level.
I feel a spring in my step as my long dormant pride briefly swells up inside me.
So how come you gotta take out the trash?
She looks a little pinker than usual. But also, I guess Eve doesn't really smile that often, does she? And it's gone again.
Because at the end of the day, I'm a glorified janitor. Also, it's the park service. No one just does one thing.
But the other rangers do different things?
Sure. Some of us are tour guides that show visitors around the park. Other folks go do outreach programs at school. That kind of thing.
You don't do any of that, though.
Says who? I've given more than my fair share of lectures to bored middle schoolers, thanks.
Even right now. The little gremlins usually pile into Yosemite on field trips. It was exciting the first couple of times. I thought I might have a chance to really connect with those kids. But after a while, it became more and more obvious that none of them had an interest in the outdoors. Just video games and internet celebrities. Okay, don't call me out for the video games, Eve. It ended up working out since I lost my interest in them, too.
Though at this point, I don't think they want me talking to anybody.
Aw, that's not true. You're doing just swell talking to me.
You're doing just swell talking to me.
You must be pretty desperate for conversation if you think so.
Believe me, I am.
At least she doesn't deny it. She says it with a cheerful, wholly unironic grin. Still, she quiets down again, and we carry on our trek. When I'm not being distracted with chatter, it's easy to enjoy the experience. Just like Yosemite, the park isn't too crowded, with the snow and cold keeping away all but the most determined sightseers. I had to yawn real quick. The visitation rate will spike next month once it starts getting warmer, but for now, there aren't too many people around to ruin it. We do get passed by the occasional backpacker or hiker, usually going up the other direction. Without fail, Yellowstone greets some with a chirpy hi or a wave. I do my best to avoid eye contact and ignore them. A light breeze carries some of the old snow with it, enough to make me shiver and wrap my arms around myself. It's only going to get colder the higher we go. What if she encounters a Yellowstone National Park ranger? They're gonna be like, why are you here? You're in the wrong fucking park, idiot. Rather than strike up another conversation, instead Yellowstone starts to whistle. She cycles through a number of folk songs as well as several melodies I don't recognize. Eventually she settles on I've been working on the railroad, repeating its distinctive refrain over and over until I'm sure that even the birds will be singing it for days. After being walking for 30 minutes or so, I notice a familiar sight up ahead near the edge of the trail. I veer off in its direction with Yellowstone watching curiously.
What'd you find?
I kneel down and pick up the item in question, holding it so she can see my prize. It's a paper wrapper from a $1 menu cheeseburger. Someone must have been carrying this one around for a while since we're pretty deep in the park.
Garbage. Left behind by walking garbage.
God, I want a fucking cheeseburger right now.
I'll throw it away at the next trash can.
Give the cat a cheeseburger. I'm glad that I kept my gloves on before Yellowstone abducted me. They let me ignore the congealed cheese that hangs loose in the trash.
Gross. You're the bee's knees for cleaning up the place, though.
Thanks.
At least her never-ending use of outdated slang is something I've gotten used to tuning out. At least I know what the bee's knees means. Not too much later, I spot an abandoned park map fluttering uselessly in the breeze. When I snatch it out of the air, it's speckled with mud. The date on the attached receipt is from several days ago. I crumple it into a ball and carry it alongside the burger wrapper.
More trash?
Of course. It's all over the place if you look for it.
Sorry, keep yawning. I'm struggling. I need to take a sip of coffee. I've had 3 cups of coffee, why isn't it working? You know the cat meme where they're like looking into the food bowl and they're like, why is it empty? That's me looking at my empty coffee cup and saying, why isn't it working? Vita needs a cat nap? No, don't worry about it. You're young. I knew it would do something to rattle your jimmies. And after spotting the first piece, I can't help but look for it. With every step we take, every step you take, my eyes scan the trail for more litter. It triggers you. In a good way? Question mark? Before long, my hands are both full. When we finally reach a trash can where I can offload everything, I sigh with relief. going to need to take the longest shower of my life once I'm home. With a whoop and a cheer, Yellowstone dashes over to the low wood railing that turns the spot into a small observational point.
Take a gander at that, Eve. Ain't it grand?
I'll hydrate for you. Thank you for the hydrate. Take a gander at that. Hydration complete.
It is.
I can't help but be impressed by the sprawling forest that dominates the horizon. No matter which direction I turn, the view could be a postcard.
You know, we can go anywhere in the park whenever you want. Just say the word.
Anywhere?
Yep. Top of the mountain, bottom of the mountain, the entrance, the exit, even in the middle of nowhere. That's because it's me. It's the same for Zion and Yosemite, too. The girls, I mean.
I mean, we can go anywhere on you?
But only around the park?
Is that what she's implying?
That's right.
A worrying thought crosses my mind.
And you can take us back home, right? You aren't just trying to pull a fast one on me, are you?
Of course. That's how we got back last time.
Last time? Are you telling me that I was dangling off a cliff in Yellowstone National Park?
Ah, come on. You didn't die.
This is me as a healer right now. Did you die?
That doesn't make me feel any better.
Yellowstone giggles. I'm glad she finds my near-death experience entertaining. Maybe she can finish the job next time. Eve is just... She's like edging Nicole right now. Take Eve to the death zone. Like, she's always just edging Nicole. She's like one step away from being just as ludicrous as Nicole is.
I'll let you in on a little secret.
Oh, goody.
You know that painting back in the cabin? The gorgeous one with the view from the top of Mount Washburn?
They're all gorgeous, but sure.
Well, that's like home base. As long as it's in the cabin, I can go right back there. Although, if you moved the painting, I'd have to go there instead.
Why is she connected to the painting? Why are the primals actually the primals of the painting? Wait a second. There's a FF6, a fucking painting demon. Gives you a summon. Are you telling me that Scion played through FF6 and he's like, I want to make the Chardanook demon into a Yuri?
Sounds like there's a lot of arbitrary rules.
Right? It makes my head spin.
Oh my
but
god.
It's like Yosemite always says, linear thinking won't...
Get you anywhere, I know. She's given me the lecture.
Sounds like her, all right. She always yaks about the same thing over and over.
She does it because she thinks it'll make her sound smart. Now, let's keep going.
The view is gorgeous, there's no denying that. If I could, I'd stay here for a week, exploring and poking around. But I have to get home. I never hear the end of it from Jessie as she found me shirking my duties.
Roger that!
Oh, you're also saying it might be Fate inspired? No, I mean, I haven't played any of the Fate games or read anything from Fate, but I could see it being Fate inspired. Isn't there a Fate, visual novel that somebody suggested to me rather recently? I think maybe? I don't know. I don't know anything anymore. I'm just told to enjoy weed things. And then I eventually go do them, but it usually takes me about 10 years to get to follow somebody's advice. What was I just thinking, though? Oh, we got cheap viewers, great. Get the cheap viewers out of here. Stay/night. Or is it just, you just say stay night? We start back up the trail. The next stretch of the trail is devoid of litter, fortunately. It must be close proximity to the bin. Is it like Hunter x Hunter, where it's actually just Hunter Hunter? But I will still say Hunter x Hunter. My moment of relief is short-lived, though. There are still plenty of reminders of how careless park visitors are, like the initial scratch into one of the trees by the road. I stop and glare at the offending carving.
Nobody knows or cares who you were, PT.
PT. Oh, you mean I'm right about the Hunter x Hunter thing? Okay. PT. Is that a reference to something? It's not a reference to the Highway Blossoms characters, because none of them are that. There's Pippa, starts with a P. Tara starts with a T, but that's really not it. I don't know. I don't know what that's a reference to. I'm probably the only person in the world who will give a second thought to the marking, and I'm sure it's not for the reason they intended. Yellowstone peers around my shoulder to see what I'm looking at.
You sure don't miss a thing.
Can't help it. As much as I'd like to sometimes.
I'm doomed to notice each and every blemish and imperfection, just like Yosemite with its problems and stories. I'm sure Yellowstone, the park, has its fair share of stories too. Except just like the initials carved in a tree, nobody cares what they have to say.
Why do you think people are like that?
I turn back to face Yellowstone. She bounces from one foot to another, unable to sit still even when we're not walking.
You really are full of questions today.
Oh, not just today. Pretty much every day. Except usually Yosemite just stops answering.
Sounds like her.
Say.
Anyway, as to why they're like this, I guess it's because they're selfish. They don't think about what they're doing or what it costs nature. They just want something, so they take it.
How much does carving your initials into tree bark hurt? Is it one of those things where the tree could dry up because of like leaking sap from those things? I think that's what it is, but I haven't put too much thought into it. I guess she's right. I guess she's calling me out. I look off into the distance, struggling to find the right comparison, and then the answer dances its way into my memory.
They're like a wildfire. They just come in and destroy everything. Doesn't matter if they burn the entire place down. All that matters is that they get their kicks. And then they just spread, consuming and destroying.
This is an existential and, like, very dramatic way of describing mankind. But I get it. It feels like she watched the movie that Al Gore made.
Like wildfire.
Yellowstone looks mystified by the comparison, her eyes glazing over and then widening.
I don't think that's fair, though, you know? They're people with thoughts and feelers. Wildfire can't do that.
I guess. That's beside the point, though. It was just a comparison. Besides, doesn't it bother you? Seems like this should get on your nerves just as much as mine. After all, you live here. Or are here, or something.
Well, I don't like it, you're right. But it comes with the territory. I'd rather deal with it than have nobody come see me. See the park.
I suppose that's also a fair thing. Like, if they were too harsh on this stuff, then nobody would be able to visit the parks. That's also true. Because if that's how we set our rules, then everybody would just ruin everything for everyone else. I can see what she means.
Even though they don't respect you? Or the park?
Not everything's about respect, Eve. Sometimes you just gotta have fun.
To emphasize, she flashes a peace sign at me. The epitome of fun.
I don't think every person who leaves behind some trash is a bad person. They're just people who made a teensy tiny mistake. If you help them out, maybe they won't make that mistake again next time.
It's like the extremist realist and then the idealist right next to each other. Right? Like, Eve is so realist about things that she goes beyond that and starts, like, not negatively fantasizing, but like, and not projecting either, but she's just building up this straw man here. Because she's going as pessimistic about the reality of the situation as humanly possible. Which I guess in a way almost goes back into like a negative idealist. It's weird.
A little bit of talking and working together, and who knows? You might end up being great pals and doing great things together.
And even though Yellowstone is idealist, in this moment she's coming out as the more of the realist instead.
Just imagine if you hadn't compromised with Yosemite back at the cabin. We'd have never gotten to know each other like this.
Yeah, I guess that's what I'm trying to get across here, is that like in this moment it's flipped where clearly Eve is the negative idealist.
Yeah, and I'd be safe and sound back at home doing what I'm supposed to be doing.
Exactly, and that's no fun.
She says it with a smug tone of voice, like she's just proved some great point rather than missing it entirely. I roll my eyes. I don't know if Yellowstone's being willfully ignorant or what. It completely baffles me that she's not bothered by the way the park is treated. For someone who threw a tantrum and ran away because she felt like she was unappreciated, it's awfully easier to forgive the good people and assume that they have the best of intentions. I can't just let this go. She'll thank me for it later.
You're still being naive. When it comes to nature, people will just keep making compromise after compromise until there's nothing left.
Again, Eve just loves to watch The Inconvenient Truth by Al Gore.
Rainforests, ice caps, endangered species, all these things are being wiped out because of compromises.
Spy X Family.
Either you make people understand the truth, or you give up on them. Because most aren't worth the time or effort. They're never going to learn or care. And that's 90% of the people that you see out here.
What about the other 10%, though?
What about them?
If you can help even that 10%, doesn't that make it worth it? Sometimes they just need someone to teach them the right thing to do.
Mm-hmm. Oh god, not her too.
I'll bet you most of those 10% would be happy to have someone show them the ropes so they can do better next time. As long as there's someone to do it.
Yeah, maybe.
I'm immediately done with the conversation. I just give her a flat answer so that we can move on. I don't really need to hear the same lecture twice in a day. It's obvious that Yosemite's drilled the same nonsense into Yellowstone's head that she's tried to pass on to me. Instead, I try to just focus on the hike again, push the distractions out of my head, keep my attention focused on the top of Mount Washburn instead of the imperfections that we pass by. It doesn't work very well, but I refrain from mentioning it or picking up more. If Yellowstone doesn't care, then I'll let it be someone else's problem, someone else's story. Then Titus somewhere in the background over there saying, "This is my story." Between the garbage, the vandalism, and now the lecture, pretty much any enjoyment I was getting out of the trip has evaporated. It seems like every day of my life I'm doomed to hear the same meandering criticisms of how it's my fault that idiots already. Well, to her credit, Yellowstone stays quiet for now, but I'm sure it's just a temporary reprieve. I'm proven right when we round another bend of the path. Up ahead, a group of hikers are heading towards us. They all got huge backpacks and gear. Looks like they're backcountry hikers, probably doing some dispersed camping. As I get closer, they wave at us and say hello. I manage a stiff nod but keep walking. Yellowstone, on the other hand.
Hi there, everyone! How y'all doing today?
How y'all doing today? It's totally distracted.
Well, hey there. We're doing just great. Yep, how about you?
Just came down the mountain. Had a drink and a snack. Oh, you two are in for a treat once you get up there.
Is that, whose voice actor is that? It sounds a little bit like Joseph to me. I wonder if we'll see the evidence of their drink and a snack left behind.
Oh, the view is so good, isn't it? I could just live up here.
Yep, same. It was gorgeous.
I keep walking in the hopes that Yellowstone will get the hint and catch up, but I'm not that lucky. She might not even notice I'm leaving her behind. So I drag my feet and haul myself over next to her.
So you three are pretty geared up. Those bags look pretty spiffy. Staying overnight.
We are, yep. Just gotta find a spot.
We're doing the backwoods thing.
Wait. Now who's this? He sounds like Elijah.
Back country.
Whoa, that sounds like so much fun. Maybe my friend and I should give that a try sometime.
Absolutely not.
The five of them laugh, like they think I'm joking.
Oh, guess we should introduce ourselves. I'm Russ, yep.
I'm Rose.
Jakey, that's Clara, and that's Croc.
The other two waves are introduced. No way out of this, I guess.
I'm Eve. And this,
Yellowstone looks at me with eager eyes, probably hoping for a cool aliases.
is Yellow. Yeah, her name is Yellow.
Her name is Yellow. And she was all yellow. Instant disappointment. With someone named Croc, and it's not like she's got the strangest name here.
So, how are you guys liking the park so far?
Great so far. We've been here for 2 days, and we've got another 2 days to go. It's good. Never visited before.
It's the cat's meow! What other stuff have you seen?
I don't know why the cat's meow got me. But I'm just thinking about, like, if she actually was, like, IRL saying the cat's meow to some random hikers.
Well, we started at Hayden Valley, then came up this way.
That was Maddie. That was fucking Maddie right there. That was Maddie. Croc is Elijah, I think.
We passed by Grand Canyon too, yep.
Croc didn't realize it's not the Grand Canyon.
I think Jakey's Joseph.
Easy mistake. She's real nice too. What kind of gear have you got? Looks like a real heavy load. Aren't your backs just about to give out from lugging all that around?
Yeah, I'd call this one a heavy load.
Honestly, yes. I just want to fall over and sleep forever.
Tell me that's not Madison. Tell me that's not Maddie. Right this second.
Have to find a campsite first. We've got all the essentials with us, though. Tent, blankets, food, stove, flashlights.
Flashlights,
Yeah,
yeah.
roughing it as much as we can.
Wait, that guy say they don't have a campsite yet?
Wow, you can fit all that in there?
Sure can. Bit of a pain to take with us, like you said, but it gets the job done.
I hope you guys can take a break soon.
Ha! Me too!
We're actually looking for a spot right now. Trying to find something close by.
Fucking Fairy Queen is with them.
Going back up the mountain in the morning, yep.
Oh, I wonder if I know of anywhere good close by.
She taps a finger on her lips as she pivots around, scanning the area. I mean, like I said, like I've noted before, like, they use the same voice actors a lot in pretty much every game. They like to reuse them constantly. And like National Park Girls just has, so far it just has like all this big conjunction of like all the game's voice actors right now. Because we got Heart of the Woods characters, we got Highway Blossoms characters, we've got Please Be Happy characters.
You know this place pretty well then.
Like the back of my hand.
It'd be good to find somewhere with a bit of cover from the wind, in case the tent crashes again.
And like, I think Croc is Elijah, right? And please be happy. Elijah. You know, Tommy's dad.
Wait, crashes?
All 5 of them, including Yellowstone, flinch at my words like they forgot I was there. Maybe they did. 10 eyes turned to look at me. Crap, why'd I have to speak up?
Yeah, during the middle of the night, it just sorta caved in.
Right on our heads, yep.
I notice him eyeing my badge warily. I wonder if he's been doing that the whole time. Hope he doesn't connect the dots and figure out I don't actually work in this park.
Sounds like you must have staked it out wrong.
Gotta say, maybe cover up that badge there, sweetheart. You're in the wrong neck of the woods, darling.
I told you.
She hits. Wait, what? Oh, wait, what did she say? Sorry. Hold on. Go back. Go back.
I told.
Sounds like you must have staked it out wrong.
Oh, yes.
I told you.
She hits one of the others on the arm. It makes a poof sound against his light jacket. That said, I was very happy to go back and listen to Maddie 2 more times, so I'm glad that I didn't hear whatever Eve said.
Yeah, the videos made it look a lot easier.
At least he has a good sense to look embarrassed.
It's kind of been one thing after the other, to be honest. First, we got lost on our way to the mountain. Then we got the car stuck in the mud for a while.
She rambles on for a good couple of minutes, listing all the things that might have gone wrong since they left home. Forgotten supplies, mixed up trails, and more. Internally, I'm rolling my eyes the entire time. At a glance, it looked like they were well prepared, but of course, it turns out I gave them too much credit. Finally, when she mentions how they were considering doing the hike without extra water, I reach my breaking point.
Okay, that's enough.
Oh my god, Eve, don't do this. Don't do this, Eve. Don't do this. Clara stops mid-ramble. She could give Yellowstone a run for her money when it comes to chatting.
The 4 of you sound like you're not prepared to be out here at all. You're lucky to have made it this long. It can get well below freezing here at night. You don't know how to pitch a tent. You don't know how to pack. Did you do any research at all before you came into the park?
Well, Eve, I can tell you I know how to pitch a tent. Just ask Chat. All 4 of them are stone silent, their eyes wide. Just like Chat.
This is the wilderness. There's a lot of empty land out there. Just because it's a park doesn't mean that someone's gonna find you right away if you're in trouble. You need to learn some respect for nature, because nature doesn't give a damn about you.
Bonking me with the hearts, Jesus Christ. They're all still cowed into silence. Even Yellowstone looks a little embarrassed. I might have been a little bit harsh, but that's better than going too easy on him. One of the hikers finally nods.
We understand.
Sorry.
Maybe we should just cut the trip a bit short.
The look of dejection spreads from one to another like a plague. Jakey starts to sag under the weight of his backpack, like it just got a whole lot heavier.
Hey now, that's quitter talk.
Yellowstone leaps in between the group and me, trying to salvage the situation.
Eve's a bit of a grouch, but she's just trying to say that you should be more careful next time. You don't have to give up and go home. You just gotta do better.
Yeah. Good work. Good work, Yellowstone.
Well, she kind of made it sound like we're going to die a horrible death out here.
Only 50-50 chance. That's not too bad of odds, right?
Not if we can help it. Right, Eve?
What?
You folks said you're still looking for a spot to hit the hay, right? What if we help out a little and give you a couple pointers?
Would you really? I mean, that'd be great, but it's a lot to ask.
I'm not gonna make a hit the sack joke. I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna do it.
Absolutely.
Hey, Yellow, I don't...
My protests fall on deaf ears. I've already been volunteered.
Can you help us with our campfire too?
Yellowstone looks at me expectantly. I sigh again. I've been doing that a lot since we got here.
Not like I have much of a choice.
It's better than letting them burn the whole place down. The last thing I want to deal with is another forest fire.
Hooray!
And just like that, I'm dragged into Yellowstone's shenanigans.
So then what you're gonna wanna do is slide these suckers in! Aha!
They knew what they were doing with the black screen in this part. They knew what they were fucking doing. Scion, I'm keeping my eye on you. I can't bear to watch. Can't look away. Scion.
And from there, you gotta... Wait, that's not right.
It's embarrassing, pitiful even.
Just a tip, I think. Okay, I think I cracked the code. All you gotta do is step over here and lift this up and...
Oh my fucking god. Why does Clara look so young? Why do they all look so young except for the guy eating the sandwich? Oh my fucking god. This is the beginning of a stockage form. The fabric of the tent tugs up beneath Yellowstone's boot. She face plants into the ground cloth, the half the tent yanked along behind her. There's a thud, and when it's all said and done, she's tangled in and untuned within the tent. A volcano burrito.
You alive?
There's no answer. For a moment, I think I might have to dive in and save her like a drowning dog. That distinct cone shape wiggles its way through. Yellowstone gasps for air as her head pops to the surface and takes it then breaks into breathy laughter.
What a tumble! But at least we know what doesn't work now.
I pinch the bridge of my nose until it feels like it might snap. The campers just look on at my side. Clara and Jakey with genuine sprinklings of concern on their faces. Russ and the other guy stare with amazed wonderment, as if they are actually witnessing the correct way to pitch a tent. They aren't.
If you're going to offer your help to someone, you should at least know how to actually do that thing.
And I do! Just gotta refresh the old memory and it'll be easy peasy.
She curls her fingers into an okay sign. Somehow, I'm not reassured.
It's all good. Once we have this tent and fire all set up, this place is gonna look dope AF.
The other three cringe, wearing various shades of disgust. Something I imagine I'd be doing if I had any idea what they meant. Dope is like cool, right? So what does AF mean? Affirmative? Oh no. Oh no. Whatever it means, Yellowstone immediately takes a shine to it. Her head perks up and she gazes off into the distance.
Dope AF.
Oh no.
Dope AF. Dope AF. Dope AF. Dope AF. Dope AF.
Oh no, I'm getting secondhand embarrassment. This is gonna get me motion sickness. She spouts it over and over, grooving along to the rhythm of her voice. All four of the hikers throw me worried glances. If only they knew this was the least strange part of Yellowstone.
Should I have not said that?
There's no closing this Pandora's box, Liz.
Going back and seeing this with no context is a bit concerning. Like, Yellowstone is something else, man. There's not too much context I can give you for this. There's no closing list to Pandora's box.
Oh, it's Grok, actually.
So this must be how she picks up on all that slang she throws around. No wonder it's so all over the place.
Sorry about our friend being so lame. We really appreciate your help, though. It's insane how quickly you were able to get this place all set up.
I appreciate you, Maddie, for your voice acting skills.
We were pretty much just winging it up until now.
Yeah, I could tell.
They all dodge eye contact with me, except for Clara, who shrinks into herself looking hurt. Okay, that might have been a bit too harsh. Again, they haven't done anything. Yet. Reddit Primal. Jesus Christ. As far as campers go, they could be a lot worse. I don't even spot a single can of beer when I was sorting through their food. They might not know what a bear bag is, but they aren't bad kids. A beer bag.
It's fine. Everyone has to start somewhere. Would rather you learn the right way than try to fail at it yourselves.
There you go, you're listening to Yellowstone's advice. Clara chuckles, the validation seemed to lift her spirits. It's a reminder that it might not hurt to be a little more patient with them.
At least we know how to dig a cat hole, yep.
Big cat hole. Wait, what was that thing? Oh god, I missed it. I missed it. Go back only a little.
At least
Okay.
we know how to dig a cat hole. Yep.
Don't. I take a moment to scan the area and admire my handiwork. They were ready to call it a day, so I went ahead for them a nice flat. Oh my god! Wait. I went ahead for them for a wait. For a wait. Hold on. I went ahead to look for them for a nice flat clearing not too far up the trail. That's what I imagine that they mean. I think they forgot a look or something in there. Trees surround the makeshift hideout like a natural fort. Poking between the leaves, a ranger lookout sits perched on a hill like a prison guard. Unknown to even Yellowstone, this was intentional on my part. Just a precautionary measure in case of emergencies. Good on you, Eve. Then sight of the prison guard. Aside from choosing a campsite, I've gone ahead and set up their lawn chairs. It's a small detail, but I positioned them so that they're facing the trail. That way, if any of them wakes up in the middle of the night, they can go stargazing without any trees blocking the way. Of course, the only reason those sort of details are so fresh in my head is because I had so much time to kill during my suspension. Nothing like mandatory leave to get you to reconnect with nature. Before that, the last time I went solo camping by myself was... well, I guess it was before I joined the Park Service. It makes me wonder how much of myself I've given to this job. And if I were to quit tomorrow, how much of me, the actual me, not Ranger Adams, would be left? It's scary to think about how tied my sense of self is with this job. I whine and moan about it all the time, but if I weren't a ranger, then I have no idea what I'd be. Would I be nothing? Hell, would the world even keep existing? I think you need to get some rest there, Eve. I think, now's probably a good time for you to go to bed. So many years devoted to dreaming about this job, just as many devoted to loathing it. But in both cases, I was always devoted.
Okie dokie, enough chit-chat. I'm gonna try to set this bad boy up again, and this time it'll be dopey!
Nope, absolutely not. I've stood here and watched you stumble your way through this long enough.
Oh, I got an achievement for watching Yellowstone try to set up a tent. Yellowstone springs from the heap of the tent only for me to push her aside and take a knee.
Look, you didn't even put the poles through the grommets.
Oh, is that what they are? I just call them hole thingies.
Okay, you're officially banned from pitching this tent.
If anyone should know how to pitch a tent, it would be Vina Vina. Or it would be the spirit of a national park.
Just keep doing what you are now.
But I'm not doing anything! Nothing! Nada!
Sorry, I'm covering up your face, Yellowstone.
And you're doing such a good job at it, sweetie.
Quick puffs of smoke wheeze above her as she pouts, straining through the fabric of her hat. It doesn't matter how many hats she wears if she can't control her emotions, and nothing is going to hide the things that come out of her head.
Let's see, which one of you do I like the most? Clara.
Hey, how could you remember her name?
I agree. I ignore Iguana and gesture for Clara. She called him Lizard, and she called him Iguana, but not Croc.
Get over here and help. I want to make sure at least one of you knows how this is done.
If anyone's gonna remember, it'll be Clara.
My brain just kind of wings it most of the time, too.
Clara gives an excited nod and scrambles over. She hovers over me and focuses in. It reminds me of Yosemite peering over and glancing at my journal when I'm writing.
I'll do my best.
Hey, anything that gives me more of her voice lines is good. If nothing else, at least she's motivated.
You see how I'm pushing this pole through the sleeve?
I slide the pole in and out of the thin sleeve that runs across the tent. Please don't flirt with her this way.
Do the same thing on the other side, after it's in the grommet. From there, we'll lift it up together. Got it?
Sounds like a plan.
She skips to the other side and bends over. Diligently, she begins to slip the poles through the sleeves, matching them at the end with the color-coded tabs.
This is exciting! It's been such a long time since I've been camping like this. Like, actual camping.
Catches me a little off guard. Most people these days just go in their tin can motorhomes like that couple. I stopped fiddling with the poles for a few seconds and glanced over.
Oh yeah?
Uh-huh. We lived near a national forest, so my dad would take me camping out there during extra long weekends. 4th of July, Memorial Day, things like that.
Would you say you're near the heart of a forest? Part of the woods, even? Fuck me. I can't even smirk. I can't help but smirk a little as I slide the last sliver of the pole through. Maybe this kid isn't completely helpless.
A rugged outdoorsman, huh?
Oh my god, yes.
Lift.
We reach towards the middle of the tent, and I hoist it up at the same time. The poles act as a frame, giving the tent its modest round shape.
He was always doing something out there. I didn't know one man could spend so many hours fishing.
Well, just wait till you meet Mr. Kim and the next game after this one. Please be happy.
Reminds me of my old man. He and my brothers were the ones who got me into camping. To this day, roughing it and loving it is the family motto.
Yo, roughing it and loving it is also mine.
You have the stakes?
That's one heck of a scary motto. Fun though. Makes me wish I had kept up with all this. And yeah, they're right here.
It's all just foreshadowing for Please Be Happy. Yeah, this is just the prequel. She grabs a handful of stakes and a hammer from off the ground. The tent is looking shapely now. There's more simple stuff that needs doing, like putting the fly on, but staking it is the last big one.
Well, when you get home, you can tell him about how you outdid him at his own hobby.
Wish I could, but he died a few years back.
Jesus. She doesn't even flinch while saying it. It's as cheerful and natural sounding as the rest of the conversation. So maybe that's why I turn into a stuttering mess.
Mind if I do this part? I think I remember how to now.
And maybe that's why I nod my head and agree with it. She bends back down and starts hammering the stakes into the soft soil between the straps of fabric at the end of the poles.
The anniversary is coming up, and between that and school being so tough, I guess I just wanted to feel closer to him.
Yeah, learn some empathy, Eve, by getting that forced empathy on you. How does someone answer that? Am I expected to? Within the time it takes to snap your fingers, it feels like my entire perspective of this girl has gone through a kaleidoscope of changes. It's not because her dad is dead, not entirely anyway. If anything, I think it's because she even has a dad. These people, the rowdy pains in my ass who don't care about anything but themselves, they have a family, they have lives. Put those things together and you realize, sweet mother of God, these people have some sort of rationale and perspective. My breath catches in my throat. Why does that scare me so much?
All done. Hope it's all up to snuff.
Clara drops the hammer on the ground, presenting her achievement with a smile. Her friends and Yellowstone stand off to the side, oohing and awing at this most impressive of displays.
Looks pretty spiffy to me. You did a swell job. Don't you think so, Eve?
I shake myself out of it long enough to see the erected tent that isn't toppling over in the wind.
Yeah. Keep it up, and you'll be a real pro.
I can put on the fly if one of y'all wants to set up the fire. Yep, I can.
Ooh, me!
Yellowstone leaps up and down, volunteering herself to the gods. No one even has time to argue before she's sprinting over to supplies.
I'm gonna go snag the lighter fluid!
Oh god, don't let a literal walking volcano around fucking lighter fluid. I swear to God. It takes a while for the words to sink in and set up. Once they do, I chase after her.
Hold it! I'm preemptively banning you from building a fire! You're banned! Got it? Banned!
Good voice acting.
Goodbye! Good luck! Good night!
Yellowstone shouts into the distance. The four hikers turn campers, wave goodbye. The campfire I built for them, silhouetting their bodies in warm, flickering light.
Don't forget to drink lots of water! And be sure to bundle up!
Oh, sure, I'll take a drink of water. Thank you for the hydrator, Dean, Yellowstone. I gotcha. As Yellowstone continues the spectacle of her farewell, I stand at her side, as stiff as a statue.
Take care. Thanks for all your help.
That was like ASMR location in my ears. Clara cups her hands around her mouth and yells, the energy in her voice carrying it even further than Yellowstone's. Thanks. I raise my hand, and even though I'm moving now, it still feels stiff. From this far away I can doubt she can tell, but I give a slight wave, just one, before turning around and starting back on the trail. It takes a while, but eventually I hear Yellowstone's footsteps shuffle behind me. Soon we're in lockstep with each other, hiking in silence. The sky dims to a deep orange. We're almost out of daylight here in Wyoming. I wonder how much of the light is left in California. If I'm being honest with myself, finishing up with the trash couldn't be further from my mind at this point.
That sure was fun.
I heard somebody from the UK once call it wooming. Or, like, wooman, or something like that. And I just don't know how to proceed for that. Also, I remember that we used to have a bunch of, like, DVDs of Science Channel stuff back when I was a kid. And one of them was like, it was like follow the story of a dinosaur basically in what is now modern day Wyoming. It was kind of cool actually. They did a lot of really cool shit on the Science Channel, okay? One, like my favorite one is it's called Alien Planet, I think, where they simulate a story of what it might be like if we actually found life on other planets. And even though it's kind of like a mockumentary in ways, they then talk about it after each scene, and they'll say like, this could be a thing for all we fucking know. Like, it makes sense logically that it could be out there. Yeah, well, yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying, man. Old Science Channel with like the fucking mockumentaries. It's so good, man. Old History Channel, yeah. I love the like mockumentaries. It's on YouTube, by the way, Alien Planet. I think you can find the entire movie on YouTube. And I watched it again like 6 years ago out of nostalgia. It's pretty cool. They do some really cool things with it. There's really cool monster design in it. I have to say that. Like, whoever the monster designers are in the Science Channel, they're really fuck good. Mythbusters, oh yeah, I watched a lot of Mythbusters. Particularly with one of my friends. He always had either the History Channel on or, like, sometimes Band of Brothers. I didn't really watch Band of Brothers much, but he loved Band of Brothers. But we did watch a lot of Mythbusters together. And, every time I went over, he had... it was either Mythbusters or... Oh, Survivor Man, too. With what's-his-face? The kind of heavier set guy that's... Les something. You know who I'm talking about. He watched that a lot too, so by extension, I was forced to watch it too. And then Mythbusters. But you know what I do like from current day History Channel is American Pickers. My dad used to watch that all the time, and so we'd watch American Pickers sometimes. And he'd yell from across the house, right? Like, get in here! And I'm like, oh shit. No, not Bear Grylls. Bear Grylls is like is a more modern one. But there's other ones here. Oh, hold on. Hold on, let me go look this one up here. Les Stroud. Yeah, Les Stroud is the Survivor Man. Not Bear Grylls. That's the OG right here. He's not dead yet, right? Yeah, okay, he's not dead. Yeah, Survivor Man, Les Stroud. He's from Canada. But he's like Bear Grylls. But he's a little cooler than Bear Grylls, in my opinion. But yeah, my dad would yell for me to get in there from across the house. I'm like, what the fuck is going on? And then there'd be American Pickers on the screen. And he's like, they're in our state. I mean, like, they're not currently in our state. But yes. Yeah. That's the kind of stuff that my friend would always have on his TV. I think he had like a box set of MythBusters DVDs too. So I've watched too many MythBusters in my life at this point. She looks up, gazing at the trees. The branches almost look like shadows in this light, stripped of their texture.
You don't think so?
I don't know what I think.
Except that's a lie. I felt something when we were helping out those hikers, but it wasn't fun. No, it was fear. Fear that I still might not be as hardened as I wish I were. Fear that maybe in some way I might be wrong.
Well, I had a swell time.
Well, there's ways to get you harder, Eve. So if you need help with that, just, head down to your pharmacy. There's a somber tenderness in Yellowstone's voice, like the volume on her has been turned down.
All those pleases and thank yous. It was nice, you know? I wish it could be like that all the time.
It feels like a rock just sank into the pit of my stomach, and now I can only sit there while I dwell on it. What she wants is impossible. Most people aren't grateful or even half interested. Every so often you'll get someone like Clara and her friends, but those are few and far between. But for the most part, people are careless and destructive. I feel like most of the time nowadays, people who go to national parks go there because they are passionate about it. Because if they're not passionate about it, then they have other things that they can do with their life. They can go play video games. The Colony. I've heard the name hold on, let me look up The Colony real quick. The Colony Sci-Fi. No, not 2021, The Colony. I know what you're talking about. It was broadcast in 2016. I think. Is that the one we're talking about? 2016, The Colony? 3 seasons, 36 episodes? I don't think... I've never seen it. Oh, 2009. The Colony 2009. Let's Colony 2009. Oh, I've seen these characters at the show, this picture before. You know what I watched a little of back in like 2016-ish though? I watched a few seasons of The 100. Have you seen The 100 before? It's like, what was it? When was this? It aired in 2014. There are 7 oh, Jesus Christ. It got weird, man, in the 3rd season. It was so strange. But it was really cool. I've been told, though, and I think from what I've seen, I stopped watching in season 4 because it wasn't really entertaining to me at that point. 7 season? It was season 1 to 3 are really good, in my opinion. Season 1 is pretty, it's pretty average dystopian, but then season 2 kind of bring it to this really weird place. But we do get an ending at the end of season 3. We get a satisfying ending. This, for some reason, kept going on with it, Lexa, oh god, Lexa. Absolutely. Everybody loves Clexa. But yeah, just got reminded, Clark and Lexa. Bellamy was good too. I dig Bellamy, but in the later seasons, not the early seasons. Season 1, Bellamy's kind of a dickwad, but in the later seasons 2 and 3, he gets a lot better. Eliza Taylor, Clark Griffin. Oh my god. Eliza Taylor makes me gay. Makes me gayer than I normally am. And so does Raven Reyes. Or Lindsay Morgan, who plays Raven Reyes. Oh, I love Raven too. I love Octavia. They're just so good. They make me gayer than I normally am. Also, Octavia is a great name. If you want to have some, like, Shakespearean references in your name, Octavia's great. They are, right? Because if they aren't, then this entire time I've been... Two hikers passed us from the opposite direction, their hair matted from the gallons of sweat pouring out of them, but both smiling. Yellowstone gasps.
We're almost at the tip-top! Come on, Slowpoke!
There's no time for me to live up to my new mantle of Slowpoke, though. Yellowstone grabs my wrist and tugs me along behind her. My feet stumble over each other, struggling to match her pace.
Careful! You're gonna yank my arm out of my socket!
We stop.
Oh.
Ooh, look at that. This is really well painted, actually. I don't know if it comes through on Twitch all that well, just the definition of it, because I know Twitch is only 720p. But in-game, this is really well painted. There's quite a lot of it that we pan through here. We don't even see the whole thing. Yeah, we've got some chill music. I'm more listening to the chords right now. See, it doesn't go in the way that the chords don't go in the way that you think they do. You think that they would ascend towards the end, but they don't. They go down. And it keeps that sense of, like, forward momentum, and like you're kind of hanging on to the next thing by the end of the 4-chord series, right? Below us, a sweeping valley of trees extends miles ahead, blanketing the earth with its greenery. It's cut off by a sheer cliff, a sudden drop that would swallow everything in darkness if not for the sun's glowing orange reflecting off the rocks. And beyond even that, the park rolls off into pink horizons, stretching on forever. All that anchors us here is the posted wooden sign. Mount Washburn. Elevation 10,243 feet.
Ain't it a sight for sore eyes?
Very sore.
You too, huh?
I glance down at Yellowstone. She glances up at me. For a long time we stare at each other. The blue in Yellowstone's eyes almost looks gray, as if the color has been sucked from it. Like how the color has been out of me. She's always so excitable. Always so loud, so bouncy. There's not an off button on this girl, even when she's sleeping. In more ways than I can count, she's my polar opposite. So why does it feel like we're on the same wavelength right now? I veer myself away and stare off into the distance, not looking at anything in particular.
Maybe.
Golly, you sure do have a lot of pride, Missy.
Don't assume things so much. You'll turn out like Yosemite.
Despite me being deathly serious, Yellowstone chuckles. She slides off her hat, revealing the volcano. It's a reminder that whatever she or the other two girls are, they aren't human. Not entirely.
You sure it's okay to take that off?
Yep. Folks usually don't come up here once it's dark.
Taking a knee, she wiggles out of her backpack and zips it open. Like a magician pulling tissue from her sleeve, she unfolds a checkered picnic blanket and lays it on the ground.
Come on, take a load off. It's wild comfy.
Wild comfy. She pats the blanket. Dust comes off it in small plumes. Doesn't matter. It doesn't bother me, though. My aching feet need a rest. Dust or no dust. I take Yellowstone up on her offer and plop down next to her. Even on top of the blanket, I can feel myself sink into the soil. In a way, it's like falling onto a soft bed after a long day. Reassuring.
It's always so nice kicking back up here. That crisp mountain air really helps you get back to nature.
Not that I don't agree, but
Aren't you technically nature?
giggling, Yellowstone slaps me on the back like she's trying to burn her baby. Well meaning, I'm sure, but with how hard she's doing it, I feel like I'm going to somersault over the face of the mountain.
That's different, you goofball.
You
This here is
goofball.
my special place.
You goofball.
Special place?
Yeah, everyone's gotta have a special place. I bet you have one too.
Oh no, please don't devolve into this. Please don't do it. I think back. I'm telling myself that. I'm not telling the characters that. By the way, I think back to my old hikes up Lumber Dome, and how when I was at the peak, sweaty and scarfing down as much thin air as I could, I would sit down on a rock and start to journal. The wind was sometimes so fierce it would rip the papers right off the notebook. But I was always able to make it work. At least back then I could.
I'm a ranger. The entire park is my special place.
But you just thought of a special place. Yellowstone blows out an impressed whistle that I swear echoes across the valley.
Phew. Can't argue with that kind of gumption now, can I?
Yellowstone's eyes widen.
Golly, I almost forgot. I gotta do laundry.
With a burst of second wind, she unzips another one of many, many zippers on her backpack.
Well, unless you take us home, there's not a whole lot you can...
Words have barely left my mouth when she dumps a trash bag full of dirty clothes into her head.
Never mind.
Is it like a skull of holding? It only gets more horrifying when she starts tossing in pods of detergent next.
Yosemite is gonna bust a gasket if I don't get this done. Eve, quick! Say something super mean to me. It's okay. I can take it.
She gives me a determined nod, but I don't think she's quite understands that I tend to specialize in this kind of stuff. There's a reason those bozos back at the station called me a porcupine. Yeah, rip bozos. But if she insists...
No one in the entire world, now or ever, will ever love you.
Oh my god. Yellowstone takes a moment to digest what I said. Her face goes downcast.
Wow. What a bummer.
Nothing you do will ever be appreciated or acknowledged. It's pointless.
It's almost like she is venting her own stuff right now.
That's really heavy.
Tears spot the corners of her eyes. Whatever I'm doing must be working, because the distant sound of bubbling water begins to belch out of her volcano.
Pointless, just like your existence. If you think about it, if you keeled over tomorrow, your impact on the world would basically amount to nothing. I guess the worms would appreciate.
She shoves me. I nearly tip over.
Knock it off! You're just being nasty now. You big bully!
Whimpering, she tries to sniff back the tears that doesn't stop the water from boiling to the top of her head. Instead of squirting out like a geyser as before, this bubbles at the surface. The clothes rise to the top, wadded in a soapy ball. Foam creeps down her head like snow resting on a mountaintop.
So does that mean it's working?
Yellowstone nods her head, snorting back the snot that she regains her composure.
Now it's just gotta stay like this for a little while.
And you have to do this every time you need to do laundry?
I can do it without all the waterworks, but it's slow as molasses.
That sounds exhausting.
She starts to laugh, but just as quickly it fades into a sigh.
It is. But it's cool beans. I've always been a bit of a crybaby anyway.
I think she already is feeling a little bit of empathy, even though she had her Joker moment right there.
In fact, the first thing I can remember is waking up and crying right over there.
My head follows along with her finger until she finally settles on some shrubs on the hillside.
In the bushes.
Darn Skippy! And in my birthday suit to boot.
Darn Skippy.
That's just asking for trouble.
I was gonna say, you're in a public place.
I didn't have much of a choice. Once I woke up, I spent a long time on my own.
A heavy gaze lingers in Yellowstone's eyes. Her mouth hangs open like she's about to say something, but for a long time she doesn't. And all I can do is listen to the sound of her boiling head mixed with the wind.
A super long time.
Like, a month?
I grab the blanket and nervously twist it, knowing full well that my guess is on the conservative side. Maybe it's the look she's giving, or maybe it's just a gut feeling.
Longer.
My stomach takes another plunge. Even if I expected it, it's still sobering to hear.
I was keeping track of the days, but then there was this huge blizzard and I lost my spot. I was brushing up against 10,000 though.
10,000? 30 years?
No way!
I'm no math genius, but I crunched the numbers in my head real quick. 10,000 days is almost 30 years.
You wandered around Yellowstone National Park naked and alone for decades?
Yeah, they made a show about her too. Naked and scared, actually.
Not naked. I would have frozen my tiny hiney off years ago. You see, there was this nice gal who was out camping.
Yellowstone massages the sides of her heads, just beneath the base of the volcano. Her eyes squint like she's fighting a migraine.
I can't remember if she saw me first or if I stumbled on her. It's been so long, I don't even know what she looks like. But I do remember that she lent me her clothes.
That must have been a pretty awkward meeting. But also, if I saw someone like that, there could only be two options. Either they're some sort of exhibitionist, or they got mugged for everything they had.
And that it was the first time I wasn't alone.
Yellowstone's voice sounds like a husk. Hearing it doesn't feel right, like I'm listening to something forbidden. I try to fight it with the only thing I know anymore, cynicism.
Being alone out in the woods for a couple years doesn't sound too bad.
It's not a couple.
Don't have to deal with other people, at least.
That's the thing. I didn't even know other people existed.
You didn't see hikers?
Well, maybe I did. Somewhere in the back of my noggin. But I sure hadn't seen them before. You're a lot like Yosemite.
I am certainly not!
It's true, though. You both gotta have your alone time. That's dandy and all, but for a gal like me, it was so... dope AF.
I might throw myself off this cliff if she says that one more time.
I'd never felt something like that before. It made me feel all kinds of warm and fuzzies, so I kept going out and looking for more people.
Okay, yeah. She doesn't even know what it means anymore. My eyes can't help but drift up to her volcano. Instead of smoke, vapor simmers from it, clouding the top of her head in hazy waves of heat.
Wouldn't people be...
Spooked?
I was going to say mortified, but that works.
As sure as the sun would rise.
Yellowstone gives a deflated sigh. Steam above her puffs out in a cloud.
But if they stuck around long enough, I'd try to help them out. Bring them kindling wood or grub, things like that. Sometimes they'd even talk to me.
And you didn't get national attention online somehow? Their standards for communication are so low, it's kind of impressive. Part of me wonders if both me and Yellowstone are looking for the same thing. Validation. The only difference is that Yellowstone was desperate enough to keep pursuing it, while I just gave up.
But in the end, they'd always pack up and leave, and I'd be alone again.
Waters of the sky had been brushed with a deep, brilliant red. It gradients with a darkening blue. Different colors on the opposite end of the spectrum. Usually they would clash, but instead they blend and meld together, mixing into a faded lavender.
It was like that. It was always like that. Then Zion and Yosemite found me.
Yosemite. A question flies across my mind. How? Why would Yosemite and Zion even be in Yellowstone National Park? But something inside me tells me to save it for later, and whatever it is, keeps me from spouting off my knee-jerk objections. That's the big difference between you and me and Yosemite. I actually have manners when I want to.
For the first time since I woke up on this rock, it felt like I had a place to belong. Like a family, you dig?
You dig? Hey, I say you dig.
I dig.
I dig. Yellowstone claps her hands, rocking side to side as she recalls her nostalgia for the good old days.
Suddenly, I wasn't so lonesome anymore. Scion and Yosemite were both so chummy and nice to me. I wanted to do whatever I could to help out around the cabin.
If there was like 30 years, I could understand why she would say chummy and swell and stuff like that. Right.
Well, good to know Yosemite wasn't always a slave driver.
Yosemite didn't used to be a lot of things. Scion too, but in different ways.
Steam rising above her thickens a little. Maybe it's even darker. Our pleasant stroll down memory lane comes to a dead end, her voice falling back into that unusual monotone sadness.
But now things are just so different. I try my darndest, but Yosemite is such a grump and Zion can't help out like she used to. It's almost like I'm as lonesome as I was way back when.
Wait, what happened to Zion? Is what I want to know. That's made it so she can't help out. Did Zion, like, de-age? Because maybe, like, her park is shrinking or something? Yellowstone sniffs and the water in her head bubbles to the surface, spilling down her volcano and into some of her hair.
Is that dumb, Eve? Am I just stinking thinking?
Something in my cold with her heart sizzles as she wipes a few twinkling tears on her sleeves. I hate to be a sap about it, but I think maybe I was onto something. Maybe me and Yellowstone might have a bit more in common than I would have liked to admit. I could never be as open about it as her. Knowing a brave face is what's gotten me this far, but that need for validation, for respect, I get it. You're not alone, kid.
I don't think it is.
Yellowstone's head twists over to look at me so fast I'm afraid she might get whiplash. She looks at me like I spouted a volcano from the top of my head.
Wipe that look off your face before I take it back.
She swipes her hand across her dumbfounded face. When her hand reaches the other side of her cheek, she's wearing a stretched out frown that digs into her dimples.
How do I put this? It's like the dumbest, most intrusive thoughts are probably the most honest. If it's in your head, then there's probably a reason for it, right?
Yellowstone's strained frown is collapsed into a gawking amazement.
Do you get those dumb, implosive thoughts too, Eve?
Constantly. Wouldn't have clocked a guy in the face and ended up stationed at the cabin if I didn't.
Mm-hmm.
Hot diggity.
Hot diggity. A hot flush spreads through my face. I play tug-of-war with the urge to divulge more information. On one hand, she basically kidnapped me and made it so that I'm all but guaranteed to get chewed out by Jesse. On the other hand, I feel I owe it to her in a way. There's nothing worse than feeling like you're the only one who cares, who's trying.
Actually, I had one of those implosive thoughts today.
Ooh, don't keep hanging, spit it out!
She leans in so close that her volcano is practically in my ear. With all the bubbling, it sounds like a cauldron and smells like a laundromat.
So, those campers from earlier?
They would have been up a creek without us. Maybe even literally.
Them, yeah. When we were helping them out, one of them said something to me about how her old man used to take her camping before he passed.
Wowzers, that's kind of a shocker, seeing as they all looked scared of ya.
Trust me, you're not the only one who's shocked. It gave me this weird feeling.
Yeah? Go on.
Like those warm fuzzies I was talking about?
Yellowstone wraps herself in her arms like she's curling up in a blanket.
Nah, the opposite. Like, I wanted to puke.
Yikes. You really do hate people, huh?
That's what I thought. I deal with so many clowns and chuckleheads every day, I could build a circus.
Oh my fucking god.
But this group wasn't that. They were just good kids. Looking back, a lot of visitors are. At the very least, they can shut up and follow directions.
Made weird sounds.
They're like cattle, round them up and ship them off so I don't have to deal with them. So when one comes along to remind me that she's a real person, it's...
Man, if it wasn't so late at night, I would be sucking down another coffee, like, never mind.
A sucker punch?
A suck punch.
something like that.
I let out a sigh right as the wind howls past us and rustles through the trees.
I've been doing this way too long. It's rotted me to my core.
But a core is better than nothing. And nothing is all I would have left if I turned to mush. I tried being vulnerable and open. For years I did. But all it left me with was who I am now. I mean, that's a common sentiment. But we can also see that not letting people in is just as bad for you, if not worse. As we can see here. Yellowstone leaps to her feet. Hot water splashes everywhere.
Bogus talk! Sounds to me like you had a bonding moment and you're too chicken to admit it.
The fighter in me swings up without a second thought.
I am not afraid of admitting anything.
Yes, you are. Even if I'm swinging way outside the truth.
Oh yeah? Not even that you had fun helping those campers out?
I freeze. Stare. Look away. Damn it, now she knows. This is a me moment right here. Yellowstone crouches down, leaning ever closer as she tries to coax the answer out of me.
Not even an itsy bitsy teeny weeny bit?
Okay, fine. Fine.
I swat her away like an annoying fly.
It was sorta nice to help out people who were genuinely enthusiastic.
And don't forget grateful!
Yeah, that's another one to put on the list.
Don't you just wish it could always be like this?
I chuckle a little, brushing myself off as I climb to my feet.
Sure. Wish Pop would crap gold too, but I think I'll be waiting a while for both of those miracles.
Why can't we just make it happen ourselves?
What? What do you mean?
When she turns back to look at me, there's a smoldering fire of excitement in her eyes. Tendrils of smoke rise from her volcano and ears.
The miracles?
I take a step backwards, feeling a sudden urge of heat emanating off of Yellowstone. My foot slips on a pebble, and I grasp the guardrail to keep from falling. I mean, I guess he does have a small point. It's like, you know, we can try to be the change that we want to see, you know? That kind of, what's this music? Why is this menacing? I nervously laugh.
That's a nice thought, but it's about time we head home, don't you think?
Why? Who says we have to go home?
What are you talking about? Of course we have to go back.
What fucking, corruption has gone through her mind at this point? Did somewhere in there, did, like, fucking Ultimecia enter her, too?
Do we, though? Do we really?
Okay, now you're talking like me, Yellowstone, which means you are absolutely corrupted. A soft orange glow starts to light up her head, like a shy sunset.
Okay, whatever you're doing definitely isn't funny. Just take us home now. We've been here long enough.
Yandere kidnapping arc? Okay, so now so you're saying FF9 is more of where this is going, okay. Wouldn't have minded staying a few minutes longer, just let her enjoy it. The way she's acting now, I don't like it. Gives me a bad feeling. The kind I feel before getting a serious call from dispatch. Something instinctive. Yellowstone SMHs her head, causing the smoke to weave a lazy spiral in the air.
Just think about it, Eve. We can go around helping folks and they'll always appreciate it. And nobody will ever yell at us.
Yeah, we could be the Bonnie and Clyde of helping people. Let's do it, Eve. Let's do it.
I get how you feel, but that wasn't...
If you get it, then why not? Were you just fibbing when you said all that stuff about people being good?
The question is like a smack across the face. I'm not even sure how to go about responding at first.
That's not important. I have responsibilities. You have responsibilities.
No, Yosemite says I have responsibilities. I only ever wanted to help, but not if nobody cares.
You brat.
I could feel all the goodwill that Yellowstone had built up over the day crumbling away.
This little crisis you're having? I've been dealing with it every day for the last 5 years, so don't you even try to lord it over me. Your stunt has already cost me the entire day. My supervisor is never gonna let me hear the end of it.
Each sentence I take a step towards her, regaining the distance I lost earlier. Yellowstone just SMHs her head like a petulant 5-year-old, turning out and ignoring what I say.
She's going to be asking what caused me to abandon my duties. And the truck, which is government property, I might add. And I'm not gonna have anything good to tell her.
I actually think it's not the Yandere kidnapping arc, it's actually the Eve Joker arc now.
So, the least you can do, literally the absolute least, is take me back like you promised and suck it up like I do!
Finally, we're a little over an arm's length away from each other.
You don't get it.
Her voice hoarse whispering. Smoke swirls from her head, wrapping around us.
Say that again.
I reach her, ready to drag her ass back to Yosemite National Park myself.
No one gets it!
A wave of violent heat ripples off of Yellowstone, hot enough that it drives me back again. I press my hand to my forehead to shield myself.
Ah! What the hell?!
The air shimmers in front of her as Yellowstone clenches her fists. Black dust mars on the ground beside her, where she just obliterated some poor weeds. Pieces of charred laundry rain down on us. For a brief moment I can see something like regret in her face. But then she switches back to looking upset. I don't even know why. I haven't even had time to ask. She went from 0 to 212 in a couple of seconds. My mouth goes dry.
I thought maybe, just maybe, you would understand. But I was wrong. You're just like Yosemite! Well, I'm sick of it!
She takes a step backward and the entire ground shakes. Startled birds take to the sky, abandoning the trees in droves. I lose my balance, falling to one knee. Oh, thank you for the hydrate. Is fucking Yellowstone the antagonist? Who's gonna become the next Fire Lord? Ground rumbles yet again. Yellowstone unleashes a frustrated, blood-curdling scream. Oh my god. This needs to be somebody's profile pic. Wait, but if Yellowstone erupts, we're all dead. My hands go from shielding my forehead to covering my ears. When the scream is over, I look up just in time to see Yellowstone disappear into the woods.
Hey! Where do you think you're going?
It doesn't do any good, though. All that remains of her presence is the ashy ground where she stood and the remains of the laundry. I think one of Yosemite's socks landed on a picnic blanket. Oh, here we go. There's some nice distorted bass. Alright, turn this shit up. I stumble to my feet and give chase. It's difficult to follow her because I keep losing my footing, but I do my best. Other campers and hikers fly past in varying degrees of panic, but I don't hear what they say.
You little brat! I'm gonna shove my foot so far up your ass, it'll come out that volcano!
Oh my god. Animals go by too. Terrified rabbits and mice and a few desperate deer all careen past. I can only imagine what it's like in other parts of the park, if they're affected.
Yellowstone!
I also look like an idiot to anyone who hears me just screaming the name of the park, but I don't care. I need to find Yellowstone, the girl, and get out of here. As I run, I have to recognize the futility of what I'm doing. I have no idea what direction she might have gone in, and it's already dark and getting darker. I don't even have a flashlight. With a sick sense of irony, I realize that I'm doing exactly what I yell at the Prairie Hikers for doing, wandering off paths without a plan. I keep running. My hat flies off my head. I reach to grab it, but the ground rumbles again.
Ugh, whatever.
I'm still enjoying this distorted bass line right now. With a groan, I leave it be and keep calling for Yellowstone. For a second, I think I can see the glow from her volcano. When I get closer, I realize it's just the ashes of a recently abandoned campfire. Whoever made it probably left when the earthquake began. I quickly smother it in dirt, since I'm unable to smother my ranger instincts. More and more distressed birds abandon the trees while agitated mice and the like continue to whisk by underfoot. My heart pounds both from exertion and from fear. The altitude doesn't make it any easier to breathe. What if I can't find her? What if she doesn't want to be found? Up ahead I pass by some more trees and then realize that I'm at the edge of the mountain once again. Since this is an touristy spot, there's no guardrail at the section. Eve is about to be isekai'd. We'll see. It's just open space beyond, the yawning inky blackness waiting below. Not a single trace of Yellowstone. Just as I think that, the shaking and rumbling starts up again. Once more I feel myself wobble and start to fall over. Except this time I'm not able to catch myself. They're gonna pull a fucking Heart of the Woods on us here. My feet slide out from under me and I slam onto my side, hard as the momentum carries me the rest of the way over the edge. Pebbles and dirt batter my face as I scramble to find a handhold. Bile and pure unadulterated panic sear my throat as my fingers find the slightest lip of rock to grab hold of.
Crap! Not again!
My voice bounces off the rocks below me, creating a rippling echo that rings out into the darkness. My hands sting, and my arms ache from the effort of supporting me, and it's only been a couple of seconds. This is pathetic, and the worst sort of irony. My life doesn't flash before my eyes, so maybe it's a good sign. Unless that happens right before you hit the ground. I strain my muscles as I try to pull myself up. It reminds me of my training back in Glencoe. Feel the burn, Adams, feel the burn! A trickle of dust pours in my face as the rock ledge I'm holding onto starts to crumble. I can feel the stone starting to slide past my fingers. Damn it. It won't be able to hold my weight. It's really gonna happen like this, huh? Spend years of my life telling people to be careful around cliffs, only to end up falling off one myself. The universe sure does have a way of kicking me when I'm down. I shut my eyes. Maybe it's not so bad. At least this long joke will finally be over. Jesus! The stone give way. I fall. The force presses against my back. My boots grind against the cliffside as I slow to a floating stop. The sound of roaring wind is replaced with the flapping of two overworked wings. A small familiar voice speaks out from behind me.
Miss Eve, you're really heavy.
Zion?
My eyes drift down to my feet. If someone looked at this sideways, it might seem like I'm walking up the cliff.
Don't worry, Miss Eve. We've got you.
Is she here too?
I glance back at Zion, but I immediately regret it when I realize I can't see the bottom.
What do you mean by she? I could have just left you to plummet to your death, you know.
Yosemite's harsh voice carries from above me. I look to see her holding out her hand. Without thinking, I grab it. Zion, finally free of the burden that is me, slides down to my boots and holds them up. It's like Yosemite's looking down at Chet. With one giant heave, Yosemite pulls me onto the cliff.
Miss Eve, are you okay?
Am I okay? I paw at the ground, half expecting it to erode and fall away, or to realize that I'm dead, and that Yosemite and Zion being here are just fantasies my brain concocted to help me accept it.
Did the fall make you forget how to talk?
Yosemite slaps my hat over my head. It's crooked.
I'm okay. Thank you.
I awkwardly sit up, shame keeping me from looking into Yosemite's eyes, of all the people to be indebted to.
How did you find me out here?
The paintings work both ways. Also, I had Zion patrol the bottom of the cliff because I figured you were already dead.
Again, I can't even hear the Sela/Lena in her voice. Maybe the tone or like the timbre of it is just slightly in the same realm as Sela and Lena. But again, Yosemite does such a good job. Like, her voice actor does such a good job of having this voice feel different.
That's comforting.
Zion tugs at my sleeve.
Miss Eve, not to interrupt, but do you know where Yellowstone is?
That's right.
I punch my palm and it makes a loud smack. That whole almost dying thing almost made me forget about her.
I was just looking for that brat, actually.
The two of you weren't together?
She ran off. We were just talking, and then all of a sudden she got really pissy. Reminded me of you, actually. I was going after her, and then all this happened.
Yosemite and Zion's faces both go pale.
Uh-oh. That might be a problem.
How mad was she?
I don't know. Why are you being attacked by your conscience now?
Conversations with Yosemite don't always put me on the offensive. But even Yosemite doesn't rise to my bait this time.
I mean it. Was she truly angry?
I guess so? What does that have to do with anything?
Do you know where you are? Does Yellowstone National Park not mean anything to you?
There are a couple iconic elements of the park. The wildlife, the geysers, the super volcano.
No. That can't be what's happening.
Deductive reasoning? Put the pieces together. She is Yellowstone National Park. She's at Yellowstone National Park. What do you think is going to happen when she erupts in Yellowstone National Park?
That volcano has been dormant for centuries. It can't just go off on a whim.
Thanks for the insight, little Miss Geologist, but that's not going to actually stop it from happening. And when it does...
Okay, maybe I can hear a little bit more of the Sela and in her, actually. Not so much Selena.
Yellowstone's gonna flip her lid!
Finally, someone uses that phrase properly.
There's no way. She can't cause an eruption or anything, right?
Do I look like I'm messing with you right now? Does any of this?
She gestures around the empty forest, still rocked by the occasional tremors.
No.
I hate it when I have to admit she's right.
Do you know why she was upset?
Seriously? Did you not see how she stormed out of the cabin in a huff this morning?
She's still angry over that? This girl will be the death of me, I swear.
Funny how she says that, considering she's literally almost been the death of me. Twice.
Well, I might have gotten a little snippy with her, but only because she started going on about how she wanted us to stay here forever. Not a bad idea, but I have work.
Pinching the bridge of her nose, Yosemite lets out a long sigh.
Thanks for making a bad problem worse.
I didn't. I wasn't trying to.
I stutter through my words, not sure if I should be apologizing or defending myself or what. Nothing I can say feels right.
It's okay, Miss Eve. I know you didn't mean to doom Western civilization.
That is the most Yoko Taro line I've seen today. Holy shit. That's some Yoko Taro shit. So on cue, the rumbling underground starts up once more. Zion goes airborne to avoid it while Yosemite and I use the trees for balance.
We need to find her fast. You have no idea where she might be.
None. She ran off a while ago. I don't know which direction she went.
We'll have to hope we get lucky then.
She hands me the flashlight. The two of them— oh, I got flip your lid as an achievement. Great. The two of them have their own as well. Switching on the beams, we look around for a trace of Yellowstone as quickly as we can. I'm gonna take a quick BRB and let you listen to the bass line go off here. I'll just be a couple of minutes. I totally didn't put it on. Thanks for watching. Alright, we're back. Gucci. I need to make a, like a little command or something maybe. Let me recalibrate you real quick. There you go. There you go. I need to make a command or something so that I can give the instructions for the contest, the channel points contest, in chat or at some point. I can make it with Nightbot real quick. It won't be too bad. By the way, Holden, if you're still here, I can explain the channel points contest, but basically choose one or the other, and whichever one has the most points contributed to it by September 20th is going to be what I play next with our JRPGs. So, if you haven't voted already for today, you can basically put up to 2,000 points in per day. I mean, technically you can vote for both, but it's not going to help anyone if you vote for both. So yeah, just be aware of that. She hands me a flashlight. The two of them have their own as well. Switching on the beams, we look around for any trace of Yellowstone, moving as quickly as we can.
I doubt she's gone very far. She's probably hiding somewhere close by. Even she has to be aware of what's going on. I don't think she's stupid enough to let it happen, but still.
She's all alone. She must be really scared.
Oh my god. You know, saying like, I don't think she's stupid enough in that kind of tone of voice. When this is going on, it's like, do you have any fucking respect for her? Jesus Christ.
Her fault for running off.
That's generalizing the situation a bit. The flashlights that we have are powerful and cut through the darkness easily. Still, without any real idea where to start looking, it feels like the task is futile.
Seriously, if she wasn't so overdramatic about every little thing, we wouldn't have half as many issues as we do.
Jesus, Yosemite. You're about to flip a lid here. Yosemite tilts the beam upwards as if Yellowstone might be hiding in a tree. I get a glimpse of just how annoyed Yosemite herself looks. I won't lie, there's a couple choice words or beatings I'd like to give Yellowstone when we find her. Oh my god. But it's not like she's entirely wrong to be upset. Yosemite isn't just a nag, she's actively being antagonistic towards her.
Yellowstone! Come out, wherever you are!
Zion flutters a bit off the ground, just enough to put the top of her head level with mine. I'm too exhausted to worry about other people seeing her right now. We all have bigger problems to worry about.
Yeah, come out! Don't you think you've done enough already?
That's sure to make her want to meet up with us.
Let's
Did I
say.
ask for your opinion? I can't imagine I would.
Oh my god, Yellowstone. Or Yosemite. Yosemite. My teeth grit together until the bottom set side out. The girl must have had a grapefruit-sized set for blow off on me like that. Oh my god. This just in. Yosemite's got a pair of grapefruits down there. Yosemite must have a grapefruit-sized set on her to blow me off like that. Isn't this diva the one that's always thrusting her opinions on me when I don't want them?
Well, that's what you're gonna get. So shove it, you overgrown tree.
Yosemite turns to glare at me, her face twisted in anger. Her flashlight shines up on her chin, illuminating half her face and leaving the other half in the shadows. Yosemite can flip on the scare factor whenever she wants, just like the night we met. She's not half bad at it either. Unfortunately for her, I can be scarier.
I've spent the better part of my day with Yellowstone. It might have been borderline kidnapping, but I think it's given me a good handle on why she's acting up.
Oh, the ranger has a theory. This is gonna be rich.
It's more than a theory. And with all the moral dribble you try to cram into my head, I would have thought you'd be more aware of it.
Aware of what?
That Yellowstone is acting out because she's not getting any validation.
Yosemite lets out a single guffaw, like some kind of rich Victorian woman.
Oh, Eve. Poor, precious, obvious Eve. You're projecting.
Excuse me?
It's not hard to piece together. You need validation for your miserable job, so of course you think Yellowstone needs it too.
But Yellowstone literally said it. My initial reaction is to swap this flashlight over her head, and earlier today I probably would have. But the more I think about it, the more I realize something.
Maybe you're right.
Yosemite does a double take. Shocked at first, but suspicion starts to creep on her face. She knows there's more coming.
But if that's what helped me relate to her, then so what? I'm not saying the little conehead is completely right, but would it kill you to show a little empathy?
Empathy. Really?
She gets in close. Her chin about touches my forehead. Oh, if they're gonna hate fuck. But I look up and meet her eyes.
Is that what you showed those campers this morning?
I look away.
That's what I thought.
That's a straw man. What a dirty trick. But I get the point. I'm not exactly in a position to defend people who have a penchant for screwing up. But there are people behind mistakes. People like Clara and her outdoorsy friends. Yosemite, or outdoorsy dad. Yosemite walks away, shining her flashlight back on forgotten paths and shaking trees.
Listen close, Eve. There's a difference between being ignorant and insistently inconveniencing others. Yellowstone is like a child who won't mind. She's just throwing a tantrum until someone notices her. Don't be that person.
It's not, though.
I can only hope she's not dumb enough to.
Will you stop being so mean to Yellowstone?
Yeah, Zion, tell him. Yosemite and I both freeze our tracks as Zion's voice cuts her off. We both turn to face the little cherub, who looks very unhappy.
It's like you aren't even hearing what Eve's saying. Maybe Yellowstone is lashing out, but she's only doing that because she's sad. Yellowstone loves helping. It's her favorite thing in the whole wide world, but wouldn't you be sad if no one ever thanked you? All you do is complain about her, even though she does so much for us. Maybe I'm not the best at saying thank you to her either. But at least I don't say lots of mean things about her when she's not even around. You always tell people to be smart and to help others be smart. Then why can't you tell Yellowstone what she's doing wrong and help instead of just calling her dumb?
Rail into her, Zion. Keep going.
You make me so mad!
She flaps her wings angrily and moves closer to Yosemite, who watches open-mouthed.
You're nothing but a big old hypocrite!
Now Yosemite's mouth snaps shut like a mousetrap. She blinks several times, several budding tears leaking out. She meekly nods. Oh, look at her! Look at her up there, above my head. I don't have anything to say either as Zion descends to the ground, her footsteps light enough not to make a sound. I mean, I understand that she's not doing it out of disapproval. She's not doing it because she doesn't like Yellowstone. You know, she's doing it because she's one-track minded, and she doesn't think about what could be the result of her actions on Yellowstone, right? She's just not thinking about it. I think a lot of it just comes from, like, pure negligence. More than anything. Because I don't think she wants to be antagonistic. But she just is antagonistic. Because she's not thinking about it. And, seeing Yosemite tear up like that makes me think of, you know, times that I've hurt people just by pure negligence, and it's not because I want to be antagonistic, you know. So I think that's Yosemite's problem, except it's pretty extreme in her case. Because I think that she's gotten so used to being able to get by without thanking her, without giving appreciation, without validation. She's gotten by so far without any of that, that I think that she's gotten to the point where she thinks that it'll be okay even if she just always, you know, expresses her disapproval. And the approval just goes unsaid. Right, that's probably the level that it's gotten to here. She marches off towards a bush nearby.
What? Where are you going?
To find Yellowstone.
I look to Yosemite, who's shielding her face with her arm as she chokes on her muffled tears.
Wow.
What are you looking at? Keep walking!
That was a little bit more Seela right there. She tries to wipe her tears, but it only makes her eyes more red. I back away and follow Zion's lead. Holy crap, Yosemite just got chewed out by a toddler. Zion kneels down and I crowd around her to see what she's doing. Yosemite drags way behind us, sulking. There, underneath the bush Zion shows, is a cute little bunny rabbit. He's ash-gray with the teeniest little black spot in his ears. Zion deliberately aims the beam of her flashlight not to blind him, while she lays a hand against it. Only then do I realize that it's quaking and oh, not the bunnies! You can't do this to me. You can't show me bunnies that are afraid, okay? Little tremors and spasms like the one that's been shaking the earth rock its body. Its wild eyes dart around while its snout twitches.
Poor thing.
Shh. Without even looking, Zion shushes me with a finger against her lips. Ever so gently, she strokes the hapless rabbit. Soon its shaking stops and settles down. After a minute or two, it even leans against its head against Zion's hand, as if asking for more pets. You know, I've been saying this for such a long time that you know, obviously I can't have both a bunny and a cat right now, because my cat would not be happy. That said, I don't think my cat would, like, hurt the bunny. I think she would, like, either be afraid of a bunny and, like, stay away from it, or she would, like, occasionally just bap it on the face and then walk away. But, I obviously can't have both a cat and a bunny at the same time. But I want a bunny at some point in my life. because bunnies are just so fucking cute, but they also are a lot more work than cats are. But I want a bunny. Or, you know, just a Viera to come marry me IRL. It'd be, yeah, it'll be difficult for my cat and a bunny to get along. Because my cat doesn't really want other animals, but she's not like hostile. I mean, like, I think she would just be uncomfortable with another animal around the house. At least that's what I kind of glean from my cat. I had my previous cat would definitely hurt them, but I don't think this one would hurt them. But it would make maybe like occasionally get into a little fight, but like I don't think they would be. I don't think my current cat would be a fighter though. She doesn't hiss at anything, man. The only time that my cat ever hissed at something was one time slipping off of the table. She hurt her leg, and then she was hissing. And you know, we brought her to the vet, and it didn't seem like she injured herself badly, but she did. It took her a few days to recover from hurting her leg. But in that time, she was hostile. But other than that, I've never seen my cat hiss at anything. Like, I can pet her on her stomach and she barely even paws me. She just takes it. Like, she don't care. She doesn't claw at people. On purpose, anyway. But she does get her claws stuck in everything. That's when Zion stands up and the bunny hops off into the forest, seeming relieved.
I know where Yellowstone is now. The rabbit saw her in a clearing not too far away from here.
You can talk to animals?
Yeah, there are some methods I could use. I don't want to, oh, do you mean just to house train a bunny? Yeah, to house train a bunny, there are methods. But to have the bunny and the cat together, I mean, I could certainly just, like, introduce them to each other in a controlled environment. But at the current time, I don't think I should do that. Yeah, I think that maybe the bunny could be my next pet, but I don't want to have both the cat and the bunny together. I think that they would struggle. And also, there's a new place that I like to go to get rescue cats. And they didn't really charge us too much, and we got our cat a few years back on election day 2020. Yeah, it was a day it was election day 2020. And because it was Joe Biden versus Trump, right? And she was pretty scared for the first couple of weeks and wanted to talk to us, but she was a rescue from South Carolina that was caught up in a really bad storm in South Carolina. She had fleas, and she was like caught up in a flood. Apparently, she was separated from her baby daddy and other kittens. But when we got her, she was like really thin and malnourished, and she had these like a lot of scabs on her that took about a year to go away fully from her flea infestation, and she was really scared. But eventually, she warmed up to us after a couple of weeks and then became extremely social. Like, she loves attention, you know, and validation. But yeah, that's where my cat comes from. And I don't know where her baby daddy is and where her kittens are, but I'm sure they're somewhere. Apparently they were adopted by the same place, and the people who run the shelter sent us pictures and were like, yeah, and that literally said, "Here's your cat's baby daddy, by the way." And we're like, oh, great. Nice. They're separated now, but, you know, that's just the way of things. I guess he knocked her up. And now she's with us. So that's the story of my cat.
Don't be silly, Miss Eve. Animals can't talk.
I exchange a glance with Yosemite. Oh my god, did you just see that? But she huffs and puffs and looks away. At this point, I'm just along for the ride, wherever it takes me. Zion sets off into the forest, seeming like she knows where she's going. She mostly goes on foot, but occasionally lifts herself into the air to avoid forest debris. After a bit, there's rustling sound ahead, not too far from where Zion is. Oh, Jesus. Yosemite aims her flashlight beam right into Yellowstone's tear-stained face.
No! Don't look at me!
A couple sad wisps of smoke rise from her volcano, looking more like cobwebs than anything. The glow and the heat from before are gone. Yellowstone's eyes are puffy from crying, and the sleeves of her hoodie are stained with snot and tears.
Yellowstone is just us. We were super worried about you.
Look at the puddles. Zion takes a few steps into the clearing.
Don't come any closer! I screwed up real bad this time.
Yellowstone starts to sob, choking out the words between gutted breath.
I'm sorry, I'm so useless. I can't do anything right.
You're literally the most useful, the only useful one in the entire group.
Everyone's so smart, and nice, and responsible, but I'm none of that stuff. I'm just a stupid crybaby who can't even do chores without screwing it all up.
Literally nobody else does the chores.
None of you should have to put up with me. And I know, right in the pit of my gut, that you all would be so much happier if I just wasn't around. I'm sorry you had to find me way back when. I'm sorry for being no good.
Don't you dare say that about yourself!
Why is her head so big in comparison to her body? Look at Zion for a second. Her head's huge in comparison to her body. She hurries over to her friend, wrapping her arms around Yellowstone, who kneels down closer to the ground. They embrace each other, Yellowstone's sobs coming hard and fast. Same.
But I burned the laundry.
Laundry. I almost forgotten all the panic. But they were in her head when she went and exploded. I hope mine was in another load.
Who cares about those old clothes? I was afraid that I wouldn't get to say thank you for all the nice things you do for us.
That just makes Yellowstone cry even harder. She doesn't even try to talk. She just cries and cries, soaking Zion's shoulder. Not that Zion seems to mind. Yosemite and I maintain our distance. She's quieter, but I think she might be sobbing harder than Yellowstone. Her chest heaving up and down as she tries to stay quiet. Oh, Yosemite! I scoot in a little closer to her and pat Yosemite's shoulder. The shakiness completely stopped. For now. The world is still and quiet. I look above the trees and into the sky. Between the branches, it looks like a portal into the stars.
Would you look at that? It's a clear night.
Reprimands, write-ups, trail duty. You'll be helping Simmons clean up so much trash that the plastic is going to biodegrade before you're done.
Jesus Christ, Jesse. I flinch away from the headset as Jesse continues to squawk out new additions to the growing list of punishments I'll be receiving.
With all due respect, ma'am, if I've proven my incompetence at taking out the trash, then maybe that isn't the best course of action?
My voice stiffens. I sound like the verbalization of a 2x4. But if I appeal to Jesse's paramilitary side, I might be able to get out of this. She pauses, nothing but static coming from the other line. Maybe I'll actually be able to pull this off.
Cute. Let's See if you can keep up that charm when dealing with the field trip group tomorrow. Any other holes you want to dig?
Not really.
The clear, yeah, in a bit. Like, I don't know. In his case, he has the line, but you are not here to see it. Right? The context being that, like, I'm the only one I get to see this beautiful night, and everybody else is dead. In this case, it's like, it's a clear night, like, there may be a clear path forward, essentially, like, things will be better from now on. You know, there's a light at the end of the tunnel kind of thing, is what she means, is the subtext behind that. Yikes, Desi didn't just lay down the law, she is the law. Still, it's not like I can actually explain myself. What would I say? Sorry I neglected my duties and left government's truck in the middle of nowhere, but Yellowstone the girl took me to Yellowstone the park. May as well trade my badge for a straitjacket at that point. Groaning, Jessie fakes a cry that sounds just a little too real.
Ugh. Why do you always make my job so much harder, Eve? Is it fun? I remember when I used to have fun.
Oh my god, Jessie, get out of here. Oh boy, I really did it this time.
Look, I'm really sorry, Jessie. Something came up, and I had to,
I cough, because there's no way I can say this with a straight face and it won't sound bad.
hitch a ride back and take care of it.
God, it sounds even worse out loud.
Take the truck, then! I had to send Ernie to go get it. Now I'm down a man, and there's 24 completely full trash cans in high-occupancy areas. As if I didn't already have enough on my hands with all this Yellowstone business. Do you know how many locals called me about the earthquakes?
But although Jessie, even if Jessie's right, she is being manipulative with her, like, fake crying shit.
Please tell me it was just one lone idiot.
Try 42. Today.
Someone give this poor woman a break. Whatever she makes it isn't enough.
It's like, hello? This isn't even the right park. And even if it were, I don't have any information that's not on the news. And I don't think my degree in criminal justice qualifies me to try and gather more. I'm at the end of my rope, and it's starting to look more and more like a noose.
Jesus Christ. For the past 12 hours, the news cycle has been ablaze with reports of volcanic activity centered in Yellowstone National Park. Several earthquakes, one of which was a 7.2 on the Richter scale, have also been reported. All the scientist types have been up in arms, young guys with messy hair on the talk shows, huffing and puffing about how catastrophic this could be. Pulled a hunch, but I think it's all gonna die down within a few days.
Well, it sounds like you have your work cut out for you. Give me a call if you need a hand. I'm not good for much, but maybe I can help you manage the chaos?
Oh no, they're dark, but it is funny. It's a different tone too, but it's because the jokes are coming from Eve's point of view, it really helps. Well, for the most part, most of the jokes are coming from Eve's point of view, which add to her character. It also helps describe Jessie a little bit more, because Jessie also has some degree of, like, she's manipulative, she's just fed up with her job, and, you know, she pretends to be all happy and whatnot when she's just as angry and loathsome in certain ways as Eve is.
Aww, Eve.
In my head, I can clearly see her bring her hand to her chest in appreciation.
I always knew you were good. You just need a push in the right direction.
Jesus Christ.
That's me, Eve the Good Ranger.
Well, Eve the Good Ranger, don't think your newfound kindness means you're off the hook.
Her voice gets quieter, but she sounds closer than ever, as if her lips are brushing against the mic.
Not by a long shot.
Hold on, I can do that too. Not by a long shot. There you go. I can do it too. I don't know if that was too close to the mic or not. That might have been too close to the mic. I'm sorry. Static.
Over and out.
More static. I set aside the mic and headset. An ominous sense of dread washes over me as I drag myself toward my spot at the table. Oh, Ralph hitting the bottom fingers. That's how I know I fucked up.
Trouble in paradise?
Yosemite peers over her book. I flop down into my chair and I glance over at Yellowstone, who's busy working away from the sink. I didn't see my... Oh, thank you for the cheap viewers. I didn't see my, my thing there, like my OBS, but I bet if I look at it... Oh, yeah. Oh, if I go too much more than this, I'll probably be peeking out. Yeah, so I need to be like right here. Like right over here. This is probably okay. Oh no, that's too far too. Okay, still gotta be right over here. Yeah, like an inch and a half away. Okay, that's perfect. Okay, yeah, thank you. I was too close. I was too close. If I'm like the centimeter away, then I'm way too close to the microphone to be whispering. Thank you for helping me do some science here on my microphone settings currently. Because normally when I do ASMR, I don't have the same filters on as I do with it when I'm streaming here. So when I'm doing ASMR, I don't have a noise suppressor on. Because I don't want to filter out the noise, right? There shouldn't be really any noise anyway. But when I'm streaming, right, I have the air conditioner on, I've got my computer that's probably running very hot, and the fan is high, and I've got like various motions and whatnot, so I need the noise suppression on the various filters that I have. So when I'm doing ASMR, I only have the compressor going, and so I can actually be kind of far away-ish. I can be a few inches away, or like, not a few, but like 2 inches away, and it'll still pick me up very clearly. So it's different with this, you know. You got goosebumps in the middle of the pool? Good. I hope I made you white. Sonny peers over her book. I flop down my chair and glance over at Yellowstone, who's busy working with the sink.
Nothing worth opening wounds over.
Sunlight bursts through the window, a flimsy curtain doing the best little to inhibit it. It drapes itself like a lazy cat across the table, warming the pages in my hand. I pick up my pen, and it in my grasp over Teddy, one page already half full with words. I pause, staring out at the window as I try to think of what to write next. Yosemite alternates between sipping her tea and writing a few words at a time. She catches me staring once, but rather than a challenge or an insult, she just nods in acknowledgement. An unspoken truce between us. Not far away, Pup and Zion sit beside each other on the floor. Pup wolfs down, well, he's a coyote, not a wolf, wolfs down a bit bowl of the finest puppy chow, his long tongue assaulting every single speck of food. Oh god. Did you have to use that verbiage, Zion? Zion versus Zion. Zion. Zion balances her bowl of oatmeal on her knee, a generous portion of raisins decorating its surface. She tries unsuccessfully to feed one to Pop.
That's not coyote food either, is it?
Yellowstone glances over from the hot stove where she's cooking. Zion looks up, a raisin still stuck to her finger.
Coyote food?
Yup. Weren't you saying the other day that he shouldn't have any people food?
Zion frowns a second, then smiles wide.
Yeah, that's probably a good idea. Sorry, boy. I shouldn't have teased you with this.
The raisin on her finger rejoins the rest of its kind. Pup seems wholly indifferent. He's finished his meal and is pushing his bowl around the floor as he tries to slurp up every last morsel. Yellowstone smiles to herself as she stirs the eggs and flips the pancakes. I'm not sure that anyone else sees. As she cooks, she occasionally darts away from the stovetop to place an errant book back on the shelf, or to wipe down the stains left behind in my coffee mug. She rinses out of the percolator and deposits in the sink, and with the same motion she deftly slides a perfectly round pancake onto a plate. She repeats the process several more times before carrying 2 steaming plates to the table.
Bon appetit!
It's the thought that counts. She had literally said bone apple tea. She slides one of the plates in front of me. It's laden with fluffy scrambled eggs and equally fluffy pancakes.
This looks great. Like always.
Yellowstone beams in response. Then she swoops over to the other side of the table, proudly delivering Yosemite's breakfast at a distance away from the open book. Yosemite slides that away as she picks up her fork.
Thanks.
Yellowstone's hand freezes just inches above the tabletop. I also set down the bite of food I was about to take, staring at Yosemite.
What?
She hurriedly chews and swallows her first bite of food, looking from me to Yellowstone and back again. 2 big old tears swim in Yellowstone's eyes, tears of joy.
Don't mention it.
I can't believe my ears. She knows how to say the T word after all.
Yosemite glares at me, but it's not as sharp as usual. After all, she knows she can't really deny it in this case. So she just rolls her eyes, sheathing the daggers in them, and goes back to her breakfast. Do you remember earlier when I was talking about Sanderson and Jed Hearn? Jed Hearn would have been skeptical of that sentence with the sheathing daggers within her eyes thing. But I like that. With a bounce in her step, Yellowstone goes back to her own meal. The pancakes are as perfect and as delicious as before. I devour them with gusto, a lot like Pup with his meal. Oh, so you like lap your tongue across them? Assaultingly? Some of the syrup of the pancakes is spilled over onto the eggs, giving those a tinge of sweet. I don't know if I want syrup on my egg. No. You know what? You know what I'll take on my eggs if I take anything on my eggs? Lana's about to say something. Is like ketchup or sriracha mostly. I love sriracha on eggs. Yeah, I like, after you get your black pepper all over that shit and maybe some cheese, then you get your sriracha out and holy fuck. I scarf them down too. We spend our whole meal in comfortable silence, save for the occasional whine from Pup and the giggles from Zion as she plays with him. Once we're finished, I collect both my plate and Yosemite's and start to carry them to the sink. Like a homing missile, Yellowstone intercepts me, whisking the plates out of my hand before I can even protest.
Oops, I can handle those. Just gotta shake a tail feather here.
Shake a tail feather here. Half a pancake and most of Yellowstone's scrambled eggs remain on her plate.
It's okay. You can finish eating. I can take care of these.
I reach for mine Yosemite's plates once again, but Yellowstone holds them out of reach. There's already a precarious stack of dirty dishes in the sink, and I don't know how she plans to add those to the pile without making a mess.
It's no sweat. No siree.
Despite the visible beads of sweat on her face, Yellowstone keeps up the charade.
Hey, seriously, just let...
Yellowstone starts to lose her balance, and the syrupy fork slides from a plate and clatters to the ground below. Pup flinches in surprise, growling at the insolent piece of silverware that's dared to enter his domain.
Oops! Sorry about that.
Here you go. It's even dirtier now, though.
Dirt and dust cling to the maple syrup, clogging the lines of the fork. Yellowstone grimaces as she tosses it into the sink, aware of the extra scrubbing it'll need. I settle back down to my seat, recognizing Yellowstone's not going to let me win here.
I mean it. I don't mind helping out.
But Yellowstone just waves away my offer, despite the fact that she's using one hand to balance her dishes and the other hand to try to cut her pancakes so she can eat.
It's okay.
With a deep, deep sigh, Yosemite places a bookmark in her journal and stands up, Everyone turns to look at her, expecting some tirade about how she can't focus with all this noise going on. But instead she faces Yellowstone and smiles.
How about I help out instead?
Yeah, it's about fucking time, Yosemite. It's about fucking time that you helped out here. Yeah, look at that. Look at those visual changes in her face. Oh my god, the best viewers are everywhere today. Yellowstone's face cycles through a variety of emotions faster than I can process. To her credit, she doesn't start crying again.
Are you sure?
Yes, I'm sure. Now hurry up before I change my mind.
Okay.
Yosemite, good guy art. Educate yourself. Then I set Teddy aside. Outside, a loud banging sound begins to disturb the quiet park air. There's a distinctive sound of a door being thrown open, then a familiar voice can be heard.
You had taken care of it last night. I don't know where the stinking office is, and I don't know if they can help us.
Find someone. We can't go all day without water.
It's so quiet. The voices out there are so quiet.
I know. Just give me a second to think.
The bickering couple from yesterday with their clunky tin can. Out of the way, tin can! I reach for my hat and put it on, adjusting my uniform just a little bit so my badge is visible.
Are you gonna go give them what for?
Hell yeah.
No, not this time.
She's gonna educate them. I head to the front door, my hand on the knob. From the sink, Yosemite glances at me over her shoulder and throws me a nod.
I'm gonna go help out.
There we go. Ooh, turn this shit up. I dig this. Hold on. It's good. Yo, crank this shit up. Sarah Mancuso, you're doing so well. Zion and Josh Kaplan, of course. You two bastards. Oh, this is the same one from last time, right? Can't have boots without some scruffs. Rachel Messer. That's Sela right there. Rachel, Jill, and Lisa, you guys. Michael Kovac. Allie Goodwell, that's definitely Maddie, right? Wait. This song is sung by Tess. Lisa Remold. Lyrics by Zion as well. So Zion / Tess. They're in my ears right now, man. Oh my god. She's got a great voice. It's a work of fiction. Yes, I would hope it really is. Not an accurate example of the runnings of the National Park Service. Yeah, I would hope not. Idiot wife, comma, Clara. Yo, Lisa.
Howdy, yo, campers! And
Oh,
welcome
God.
back to another edition of mine and Zion's Fireside Chat.
Oh god, it's so loud. So, Lisa's voice is so good, man. I didn't realize it. So again, Lisa is Zion, and then Tess in Highway Blossoms. It's so good. Didn't know that she had such a great singing voice too. Like, it works so well for the kind of folk music that she's that like Scion and what's her face put together there. But it's time for the best skit of the night, everybody. The fireside chat with Yellowstone. So this, by the way, this is the end of episode 2. There are 5 episodes in total. I think they're all around the same length. So, we're about 40% of the way done so far. So, surprisingly, this was longer than I thought it was going to be. I thought this was going to be a 3-stream endeavor to beat this game, but now looking at it, we put about 8 hours in total, and we're 40% of the way there, so it could be a good 20-hour playthrough. So, there's a lot in National Park, girls. There's still a lot to go. So, I'm definitely pretty curious about, like, how is the Yuri side of it gonna shape up? Because there's a lot of time to brew right now, and I think that if Eve does end up with Yosemite, like the title screen kind of suggests she might, maybe this is sort of the turning point. Also, a lot of time might pass now that I think about it. Like, there might be a big passage of time at some point of many days or like weeks or something too. Now that I think about it. But, of course, we have to go for the best part. Howdy yo, campers.
Hello. It's very nice to be here.
She sounds so different than what she just sang.
There was a whole lot of ruckus about the Yellowstone supervolcano in today's episode.
I knew it.
We're pretty sure most of you got the gist of it.
Yeah, I figured we were gonna get a big old fact session about supervolcano in Yellowstone today.
But we're a tiny bit afraid it might have gone over some of your heads.
Oh, it didn't. Don't you worry.
I know it would have whizzed over mine if it weren't for the fact that it is my head.
Oh my fucking god.
So that's what we're going to talk about today. Some basic information about the Yellowstone supervolcano. Yosemite says learning is super important, so I hope you can take this knowledge with you wherever you go in the world.
I'm starting to think that Lisa is in falsetto whenever she's doing Zion's voice. And Tess's voice. Or in like a... not false, like a... like, in a voice, like, up here kind of thing. Like, ew, you know, that kind of stuff. You love the mini tidbits. Yeah, the mini tidbits are the best part.
Cause you just gotta know a thing or two about gastrology if you like national parks.
You mean geology?
I think you meant to say geology, Yellowstone.
Geology!
Great! Now just say that word
Yes.
over and over until you can't forget it.
Geology, geology, geology.
So while she's doing that, I should probably start off by explaining that the supervolcano is what we call a caldera.
No, Caldera is a city in Morrowind, but continue.
A caldera is a big hollow space that's made after a lot of magma is shot out during an eruption. If enough magma is shot out, the ground above it loses support and the whole thing goes tumbling into the magma chamber.
That's geology for ya. Can't understand a lick of it.
Well, I'm glad you remembered how to say it at least.
Wowzers, give me some credit here. There's a whole lot of stuff I can remember.
Really? I'd like to hear what you know.
Okie dokie, artichokey. Hang tight, because I'm
Artichokey.
about to drop some super hot volcano facts on ya.
Super hot.
First off, the volcano has only ever had a gigantic eruption 3 times. And they all happened between 2.1 million years ago and 640,000 years ago.
Does that mean when you almost flipped your lid, that was the first time it had been active in a super duper long time?
Nuh-uh. Just because it hasn't gone kaboom in a minute doesn't mean it's not active.
Just remember, guys, if the volcano does go off, remember in your last few moments that it's because somebody didn't treat Yellowstone the girl correctly.
What?
Oh yeah, there's plenty of good old-fashioned volcano junk happening underground. In fact, the cause of... One sec, gotta look at my hand. Geothermal! In fact, it's because of all the geothermal vents that we have a whole slew of geysers across the park, including my gal Old Faithful. Ain't that just groovy?
That is pretty dope AF.
Pretty dopey. Oh my god, Eve.
But what if it goes kaboom for real? It's a little scary to think about.
No need to freak. As long as I don't flip my lid again, it should be all good in the neighborhood.
Oh, that's a relief. Thank goodness.
But
Uh-oh.
a lot of tiny earthquakes do happen in Yellowstone, somewhere in the ballpark of 2,500 every year.
Oh. That's more than I would have expected.
Yeah, that's like 8 a day. No, that's like 6 to 7 a day. She has 6 to 7 meltdowns a day. God, same. I'm gonna take a drink of water. I need some water. I snatched up my water bottle so fast that water is splashed on my titties.
Relax! It's just nature doing its thing.
It doesn't sound so bad when you say it like that.
It's totally gonna blow one day, though.
Okay,
Please
thank
don't
you.
say something so terrifying so casually.
Not today, cutie. Or tomorrow. Or even in the next couple centuries. But it will. One day. And when it does, a big old plume of ash is gonna pelt down on
Oh, no.
Wyoming and all the other surrounding states. Plant life and livestock will be suffocated by it and kick the bucket. Maybe even regular folks, too.
Unless there's either no humans left or the humans have some way to survive it, it's gonna whack a lot of people. But we're gonna know it's coming.
Buildings and equipment are probably gonna get squashed by all the rock. Entire communities might be wiped off the map.
Oh my god.
Worst case scenario, the delays in agriculture and production could lead to a global economic freefall. Whee! Looks like we're all out of time. Catch you next time, campers. And remember to love our parks.
Yeah, Zion is permanently going to be afraid. You know, it's the same thing that, you know, when you're a kid and you think that quicksand is going to be a problem in your life. Or, you know, that volcanoes of other variety are going to be a problem in your life. Now she's going to be traumatized for about 2 whole weeks. And, yep, starvation and famine. Not to mention probably the death of most people in Western civilization.
Wiped off the map?
That is episode 2. Let's go right into episode 3, I guess.
Ideals are for heroes,
Oh.
ancients in the stars. Prosperity is for no one.
There's some stray gods going on right now.
In charge. All empires crumble away. Dreams of old glory.
Coal miners singing.
Yesterday.
No, this is what's his face and Stray God. This is Pan and Stray God singing right now. Possible to, yeah, the disease too. I forgot about that. Yeah, the VAs are killing it. I've been saying it this whole time. It sounds like if you were singing, if you smoked a pack a day, it's gonna be like, I bet you don't sound like that. You have a pretty smooth voice. You know, you don't smoke a pack a day. Oh my god, why are you bottom smashing and chatting this time? Remember, try to remember. Remember what she taught you. Her stories. Who she was. Is this from Yosemite's point of view? The trees are a different color. Who she was. Who she still is.
Yosemite! Wherever are you hiding?
That voice.
Oh dear me. If she doesn't appear soon, I won't be able to tell her a story. Our picnic will be ruined. Whatever shall I do?
Why is Abigail here? Why is Abigail here playing Zion? It still sounds so warm, as angelic as I remember. At least I can still do that much. Not all of us are so lucky.
Wait, I'm right here! I want to hear this story!
Did I seriously fall for that? Such a simple trick. Yeah, I can't help but wish there return to the days where I would fall for it. Like I'm saying, guys, I think that Zion, because Zion shrank, she became a cherub, and she could no longer help out in the same way as she used to be able to. And it may have been both like her size diminished, but also her power and mental capacity basically diminished. And Yosemite over there, it sounds like she's young, but she'll be growing up as Zion becomes younger. Yet I can't help but wish her return to the days where I would fall for it.
Oh, I'm not so sure now. It's getting rather late. Perhaps we should return to the cabin.
Preposterous!
It's preposterous, dear.
Preposterous!
There's a quick rustle. My head popped out from a bush, or was it from behind a tree? Definitely some type of flora.
Please, Zion! I want to hear the story about this again! Tell me the history!
That literally scared me. The like rewinding a VHS sound that they just played there. That for some reason that literally like woke me up. What story was it? I'm not sure I could even recall it. It was something simple, right? A fable and positive. Descriptors on the top of my tongue. I know it is. So why does my memory feel fuzzy when I think about it? Why does the word crackle out like radio static?
Goodness. I suppose I have no choice then.
Did fucking Yosemite equip a GF or something? Like,
No, you certainly do not.
Zion laughed. Her laugh was always so peaceful, like a song. It would always draw her birds to her. They would perch themselves on her shoulders, her wings, her antlers back when she had them.
Very well. Come sit down, little one. You can't listen to a story from all the way over there, now can you?
I crawled out from whatever plant it was I was hiding behind. Show me, I want to see the antlers. Oh, we got the SpongeBob meme here because it's like so foggy in her mind. Oh my god, Zion. Sitting on top of a long, toppled over tree, Zion patted her lap. Her gown fluttered all the way down her long body and drifted with the wind. I looked up to smile at her. I remember that much. And what? I looked up to smile at her and there was no face. This can't be right. But no matter how hard I try to remember, her face is a blur. Hold on, I want to see the antlers. I can sort of see them. Please keep zooming out. Her voice was beautiful. Her build was tall. So what does she look like?
Coming!
I skipped over to where she was sitting, and the more I think about it, the blurrier it gets. Details begin to blend. The patches of dirt and grass I was romping across mixed together. They're spiraling green and brown vortex now. Was it even a log she was sitting on? Could it have been a rug? By the time I'm sitting on her lap, it doesn't matter. By the time I was sitting on her lap, she was my anchor.
Straighten your posture.
But Zion, must I really?
Only if you respect yourself.
Okay, don't at me like this, okay? Whining, I pulled back my slumped shoulders and then rolled my eyes at her. Except now I don't have to have a face either.
Now?
Zion nodded, but it looks like watercolor sweating down a canvas. Oh god. It's a little bit creepy the way that she's distorted over there, but...
Once upon a time, in a field. In the past, he had been...
I I don't like the sound.
including his clothes. While wandering the endless...
More vanishing words now. Why aren't they coming to me? Where'd they go? Everything is congealing together now. Everything about this. I can only remember as if I saw it through tears. Now it's like an aurora. The world as I knew it is only a kaleidoscope now. A mesh of people, of colors, of sounds. Not this one, please. Any memory but this. It's too precious. Let me hear it again. Let me hear the story. Let me hear your voice, please.
Yosemite.
Yosemite. Yosemite.
There's a tug at my sleeve. I feel the breath leave my body as I gasp, pulling me back into consciousness. I jolly up in my seat. Zion flinches. Clenching at my chest, I look down at her. Her wings are tucked in and wrapped around her like a blanket. The mangy puppy is at her side, standing guard in case I make any sudden movements.
Go back to sleep, boy.
I like how she calls Pup Creature. That was Pup's title. Her voice is gentle but firm. Seeing such authority protrude from this new small body of hers is comical. Just like the animals always do with her, the puppy listens, and after a cursory glance, it trots over to its overfluffed bed and lays down. Light has just barely begun to creep through the window, the entire cabin tinted in an untouched blue. Scattered across the room, I can hear a Yellowstone and the ranger snoring. The ranger is louder. The ranger. I attempt to ask her what she's doing awake so early, but a yawn breaks through instead. Only an impression of a sentence comes out.
I'm always awake this early. It's peaceful.
Her wings spread out, their feathers puffing up. She plants her hands on her waist and gives me a scolding glance.
I think the real question is, why are you sleeping at the table? It's so hard and uncomfy. No wonder you mutter in your sleep.
I wasn't sleeping. It was just a quick catnap.
Catnap. The glare only gets more stern as she flaps her wings and hovers off the ground. Soft bursts of wind kiss my face, my only warning.
You were buried in your research again.
Drat, those stats of books and paper on the table always make it nothing but obvious.
Weren't you?
Even after all this time and all these changes, she's still like this. At least I can latch onto it and take some small comfort.
Can't get anything past you.
I give a fake sigh and let it dissolve into a smile.
I was.
There's not much else I can say that wouldn't just extend the theatrics. Zion exhales deeply, landing back on the ground instead of stern. She only looks worried now.
I know it means a lot to you, and I don't want you to stop or anything, but you always get so cranky when you put too much of yourself into it. It's sad to watch when it happens. At least get some good sleep so you're well rested. Please?
She stares up at me, hands folded and pleading. There's warmth in her eyes, as there always has been. Yet they aren't the same eyes I grew to cherish. Different now. And they've been different for a long time.
Come here, little one.
I beckon her forward with my finger. She doesn't hesitate to come in for an embrace. Nuzzling in close, she squeezes me tight.
You know I get anxious real easy.
God, same. Don't hit me like this.
I know. Sorry for making you worry.
I pat her, bringing her with me as I do my best to rock and forth on this chair. Yes, I can take comfort in the small reminders of the past, but it will never be the same as when it was. Existing like this, hugging her like this. Perhaps it's important to love it, despite everything, but it rings so hollow. I wish it wouldn't.
Say, Zion?
Her voice is muffled. She looks up, only hair and a pair of eyes. the rest of her still buried in my clothes.
Do you remember that story we like? The one you used to always tell me?
She tilts her head.
No. You and Yellowstone are the ones who tell stories. That's how it's always been.
No, not always.
Maybe I've told it to you before then. It's about an animal, right? Some kind of bird?
Clutching her head, she tries to squeeze the information out of herself, but it just ends up looking painful.
I think you mentioned something about it recently, but I don't remember. I'm sorry.
Oh. So they're all lacking a little information here after all that. So, like I've said, it's kind of supporting that theory that I had earlier, but it's weird. It's that Zion is the small one and also the big one. Well, yeah, that's because I've said before. I think that as the park has changed, she has grown younger as the park has literally shrunk, perhaps due to human encroachment. And so she's also shrunk down, forgotten things, and become less ambulatory. It was expanded under Obama. Oh shit! Obama re-aged Zion. Shit. So there's gonna be a sequel where Obama saves Zion. It's not surprising, but it doesn't keep it from being any less disappointing.
No need to apologize.
I bring her back in close. If she saw the look on my face, it would only worry her more.
Occasionally, things just slip our minds. It's just something that happens over time.
National Park goes too, yeah, where Obama saves the day. Alright, episode 3.
For the love of God, Yellowstone! If you're gonna bellyache about needing help with the cleaning, then the least you can do is sweep up the soot from your head, Kano!
I drag my finger along the floorboard. Oh, chalky gray powder sticks to it. It's like someone sprinkled ashes from the fireplace.
You're yelling at air. She and Zion went out to find trouble hours ago.
Yosemite is sitting over the table in her usual spot because there is literally nothing better for her to do. But instead of flipping through a book or scribbling down notes in handwriting, I can't not read for the life of me. She's just sitting there, her hands clasped together and resting beneath her nose.
I'm yelling at her in the general sense. It's a hypothetical yell.
It's not hypothetical if you say it out loud.
And it's not a Saturday morning if you aren't being a pain in the ass.
You love it.
I tolerate it.
Oh my god. I like it.
Coffee?
Please.
Oh yes, please be helpful. Please be a good person, Yosemite. By the time I'm over at the table, she's already has a steaming cup of coffee for me, straight from the percolator.
I need this.
I flop down the chair when I stare down to the cup. It's thick and black and swirling with just a little bit of sugar. Huh. She remembered. Here's to you, you overgrown tree.
Exasperating morning.
Every day of my life is exasperating. But this...
She's gonna love Yosemite being a pain in her ass. In a literal sense, or... I take a quick gulp from my mug. If I don't breathe, it doesn't burn as bad.
This has the added bonus of being my day off.
Isn't that normally a good thing?
You would think so, right? But this also happens to be the day my boss is visiting.
The chatty woman who seems far more respectable than you? I assumed you two got along.
No, she's manipulative. Don't fall for it, Yosemite. Don't fall for it. It's hard to get angry at that remark, even if it's chocked full of sass. Jessie is absolutely more respectable than me.
Oh yeah, she's a hoot. But her mercy isn't eternal. Which means no messes, no coyotes, and I can't believe life has led me to a point where I actually have to say this out loud. No park girls.
Somebody raises an eyebrow, but I don't detect any of her usual smarm behind it.
Is that really what you call us?
What, you want to be a ghost forever?
Her eyes slink down, scanning the permanent mess of research cluttering the table. A joyless smirk sprouts from her lips.
No, I suppose not.
Anyway, I was hoping to get Yellowstone's help with tidying up this sty, but seeing as she's not here...
I chuck what's left of my coffee and slam it down with a satisfying clink.
You'll be
hold on.
helping instead.
Hold on. I got this. Oh wait, no. I need a little bit more space than this.
You just decided that, huh?
Sure did. Not like you're actually doing anything productive.
And she isn't. Unless you count staring at a wall productive. She's just been daydreaming all morning. I expect at least a little pushback, but aside from a dirty look, which, let's be real, is her regular face, she starts organizing her research in a nice orderly stance.
I'll help you out, but only so Yellowstone doesn't have more work to do. Try to tell me how to clean, and I'll use your hat as a rag.
She sounds utterly defeated while saying it. Did I stumble my way into taming her? Life is full of happy accidents. Jesus. You want to tame her now? Do you want to put a collar on her too?
That's what I like to hear. See how peaceful things can be when you just bend to my will.
I like this side of you. Say it jokingly, but you know what? It's true. My life would be so much easier if everyone just listened to what I said.
Mm-hmm.
Eve is a secret dominatrix. Secret? With her books and papers now compartmentalized, she places them aside the cardboard box that takes up half the table, then lugs it over to the bookshelf. That's it. Just, No snide comments about quashing my growing ego, no sweeping declarations of hypocrisy. Must be an off day.
You feeling okay today? If you're running a fever, you should tell me now so I can report any fires before they get out of hand.
She walks past me and takes to the sink. Not even bothering to turn the faucet, she wrings out the water from her hair and lets it run over the dirty plates in the sink. Slightly revolting, I guess. But I'm way beyond the point of thinking too hard about this kind of stuff.
I feel fine.
What did you miss? A little bit of, desiring Yosemite to bend to her will. Turning away from me, she goes back to dishes, brushing me off with a wave of her hand.
I have my doubts, but assuming you know how to use a broom, get the area by the couch. That part of the floor is where Yellowstone sleeps.
Now that you mention it, I don't think I've ever seen Yellowstone sleep on the couch. Yosemite guards with the ferocity of a Rottweiler, leaving poor Yellowstone to wiggle on the floor like a slug in her sleeping bag. All life existence bend to my will, yeah. Eve just wants to turn her 90 degrees. I guess 90 degrees onto the bed. It almost makes me feel bad for all the times I've kicked her out of bed. Almost. I head for the closet and fish out the broom, dragging the brush along the floorboards as I head for the couch. It's really the most efficient way to clean the maximum amount of space. It doesn't take long for Pup to take notice of it. He crouches onto his front paws, tail wagging in the air, as the broom skids around like prey.
Don't you even!
That was my first mistake, because when I yank the broom back, he pounces. Oh god, please send help, everybody. He lands on the head of the broom. I feel the weight immediately, unable to even tug on it without pulling him along too. The noises that you make at me, that's pretty accurate, I'd say.
No.
As if challenging me, he bites into the brush. I almost said bush.
You little gremlin!
I try to pull it away from him, but he just takes that as a cue to pull it towards himself.
Let's go.
I pull. He pulls. Amazing. He baited me into playing tug of war. I bet it was his plan all along. As much as I would like to spend more time with the goodest boy in the whole world, I decide to end it then and there. I drop the broom and walk over, picking him up by the scruff of his neck.
God, you're getting so heavy.
It's like he knows it too, because he just pants happily while he dangles there. He really has grown since I was first stationed here. Before I could easily pick him up with one hand. Now it's a bit of a workout.
Bad.
He licks his chops.
But also, so good.
That's the sound that you make, Luna. I'm too much of a sucker to do any actual scolding, but at the same time he's too much of a liability right now. Jessie would have my head and probably do the decapitation herself if she saw him. I carry him over the door and toss him onto the porch, slamming the door shut before he can charge back in. He'll just have to stay outside until the visit is over. A woo. There it is. Waterworks. The saddest awoo in the world. Not long after, he starts scratching at the door. That is the saddest awoo in the world.
Is leaving him out there a good idea? What if he goes to the campground?
He'll be fine.
Great. He'll love the attention. You should have seen him when he was down there last week. All the kids were begging their parents to take him home.
That's a bad thing?
It's a thing. Humans are hardwired to love the cute little fuzzy wuzzies.
Pup scratching at the door stops. Yosemite freezes, dropping a plate in the sink. It doesn't shatter, but I wish it did, because at least it would end the silence. If I had turned, the only word I can use to describe the look on her face would be concerned. I cough, because any noise will ease my discomfort at this point.
Anyway, it's not a big deal. Just until Jessie leaves.
Yosemite rolls her eyes and shrugs off the encounter. I make the walk of shame back to the broom and start to sweep.
So tell me, Ranger, why is she coming? Doesn't she typically call you over the radio to check in?
She said she just wanted to catch up. Lord knows why when she has 1,000 more important things she could be doing.
The dust on the floor has barely moved, but it's just more smeared around now. Damn broom must be defective.
Maybe she considers you important.
I stop.
For her sake, I hope she doesn't. I'm just gonna keep letting her down.
It's already happened more times than I can count. This last time, she was the only thing standing between me and unemployment. I still have no idea how she managed to get the lawsuit swept under the rug. Yeah, like leaving. She's talking about the assault lawsuit, not the not stealing federal property lawsuit.
Knowing her, though, I'm sure she'll just keep poking her nose into my business.
Don't take it for granted. You might not always have someone like that.
If somebody doesn't stop washing dishes this time, but there's an unfamiliar weight behind her words. A tinge of wistfulness.
Yeah, I know.
It's weird. No matter how hopeless I became, Jessie was the only person who constantly insisted that this job has any value. That I have value. I don't know if she's right, but sometimes it was enough to actually make me feel like I was important.
Since when did you start giving good advice?
Since before you were born. But you're just too stubborn to listen.
Nah, that can't be right.
Thump, 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 thump. A collage of muffled stops and voices practically breaks down the door. It's such an unfocused racket, it sounds like a middle school marching band just descended upon the porch. This one, who's this one? It was Rachel, Lisa, and what's her face? But you could, with lungs that good, you could play a Dark Souls character. Yellowstone's voice carries a tune from outside. My ears are already bracing for impact. She swings open the door, striking the wall with the doorknob. Dishes on the counter rattle.
I've been working on the railroad all the livelong day.
Oh my fucking god. I knew it was coming. I felt it coming. She marches into the cabin, caked from head to toe with dry mud, and tracking it right behind her.
I've been working on the
trots in behind her, singing the rest of the verse. She's also drenched in mud everywhere from her angelic hair to her pretty gown. At least she has the decency to fly instead of getting it on the floor, though.
Can't you hear the whistle blowing? Rise up so early in the morn.
Why are you just going back and forth? She stomps around the room, spreading a gospel of mud from floorboard to floorboard. Zion follows behind her happily. I can feel the scowl forming across my lips and my eye twitching.
Can't you hear the whistle blowing?
It's so funny that Zion's voice actor, Lisa, she sang that beautiful song earlier during the credits. And now she's purposely singing badly for this. Finally, once there's a trail of muddy footsteps spiraling around the cabin, Yellowstone makes her way to me and leans in.
Dinah blow your horn.
Her lungs are unreal. Like I'm saying, you need to go apply for a voice acting position in the next game that Miyazaki makes. Because he's gonna have no, Yellowstone is Marina. Yellowstone is Marina. Zion is Tess. Clara earlier was Maddie. And Yosemite is Lena / Sela in Star Rail. Oh my fucking god. She pulls down the air twice like a train whistle. I think she's done. There's a long pause as Yellowstone waits for something. Maybe it's a smile. Or maybe she's waiting for me to crack.
What's the matter, Ranger? Ain't you gonna say howdy?
You.
Oh my god.
Yellowstone!
You.
I'm surprised this wasn't Evelyn. Fuck, holy shit. My voice a low growl. Yeah, talk to me like that, please. I want to hear your low growl.
Yellowstone?
Her voice a scared whimper.
Do you realize what you have just done?
Woof, oh my god. I grip her shoulders, digging my fingernails into her clothes. She shrinks back, and I feel like a giant. The fear swims in her eyes.
Did I sing too loud?
Look.
My hands move from her shoulders to her head. I twist her to each spot on the floor the mud is stuck to, forcing her to face the destruction she has wrought.
Oh, that ain't a big dealio. I can clean that up lickety-split.
Lickety-split, huh? How long is that? It better be seconds because my boss will be here any minute!
Oh, jeez. I had no idea.
Idea?
Honest, I'm real sorry, Eve. Let me try
Idea.
and make it up to ya.
They spelled idea in the gate. Oh my god. Somebody kill me. This is why Scion gets my money. As good as I am, it's hard to stay. As good at it as I am, it's hard to stay angry at her for too long. With how often she cleans the place, I know she didn't do it on purpose. All she's guilty of is being an airhead, and getting uppity when an airhead just makes me a tyrant. I mean, she does one thing real well. I sigh, down from fury to mild annoyance. Progress.
Don't worry about it. We'll clean it up together.
Looking over at her, it's hard not to at least smirk. You ever see a teenager fall off a skateboard and eat dirt? It's kind of like that.
Look at you. You're filthy. How do you even get mud in some of these places?
I dab my finger on my tongue and wipe off some grime off her volcano. The brat groans and pouts about it, but by the time I'm done, I can see my reflection. Can you, does she feel it when you touch her volcano? What does it feel like for somebody to touch my volcano?
Same goes for you, Zion. What on earth did you get up to? You look like a derelict.
For as much grief as I give Yellowstone for her butchering of the English language, at least she's not about to bring it back to the 19th century like Yosemite. Like, I think Eve and Yosemite make two great mothers.
Well, we were out picking mushrooms.
And you avoided the poisonous ones, right?
Yosemite squats down, wringing water out of her hair and onto the jacket. As if polishing a plate or car, she wipes off the smudges off Zion's face and makes an attempt to get some of the mud crusted to her hair.
Mm-hmm. Yellowstone almost ate one, but then I told her what you told me.
That ego death stuff gives me the heebie-jeebies.
Ego death stuff? You told her about you could get an ego death if you eat the mushrooms in Yosemite? Just what exactly are in the mushrooms in Yosemite National Park?
But afterwards, we decided that plain old mushrooms just weren't enough. So we decided to make mud pies.
Oh no.
Why was that so scary, the sound of them in unison? Hold on, let's listen to that again.
Oh no.
You hear that?
But afterwards, we decided that plain old mushrooms.
Oh no.
See that? You hear that? I think it's because they're hitting it at the exact same cadence. And so it doesn't sound like two people. It's all yeah, it's because the cadence is the same, right? So they're layered on top of each other perfectly. But I think that it wouldn't be creepy if it was like, oh no, and then someone's like, oh no, right? Because then you'd hear like those two over each other, and it would be very clear it's two people talking.
It was very exciting.
Yosemites' eyes are smithery, and the daggers are being sharpened as she looks to Yellowstone.
And you let this happen?
Sure did. We even used my head as an oven so the pies would get nice and warm.
I chop Yellowstone's volcano to shut her up. The ridges scrape my hand.
You already dug your grave. Don't give the eulogy too.
Jesus. Yosemite's ire has been delayed. For now. She sighs and returns her focus to Zion.
Honestly, Zion, it's perfectly okay if you want to play, but does it have to be so dirty? It's unsightly.
Yosemite is becoming more and more like me every minute.
Unsightly. Please. Since when did you become Victorian?
I snort. This girl has the weirdest hang-ups.
I'm not happy with it either, but she's just a kid. Let her have her fun.
Don't call her that.
Yosemite snaps at me like a cornered dog. Both me and Yellowstone flinch. Yeah, I can see why. We just had the flashback here, so... When she looks back at Zion, all is well. She gives her a smile, brushing her fingers through Zion's hair.
Ignore her. You're a beautiful and proper young lady. Like you've always been. Just be sure to act like it, okay?
There's this parallel being drawn here. I don't know if you guys can see it. But there's a parallel drawn to how the younger generation takes care of an older generation when that generation becomes older and can't care for themselves as well, especially if they have like dementia or something otherwise that is, you know, particularly disabling. And so when they're calling like Zion a child, it's because some of the things that happen in like late-term dementia sort of resemble that as like when we're growing up, right? Some of the issues that you encounter. And there's this parallel being drawn right now to like, if you called that person a child, then immediately everyone will be like, no, shut the fuck up. This person's lived a long life. They've gone through a lot. And they may be deteriorating, but that's removing their dignity. And I think Zion is going through something similar right now, where she's kind of regressing due to something that's outside of her control bodily, biologically. And Yosemite is really holding on to her, really trying to defend her here. I don't know, I just saw that parallel being drawn there. There's also the stuff with memory, too. And I think that that's probably part of the story that Scion is trying to tell, or part of the theme here that I think Scion wants to not Zion, but Scion, the writer. I think that's the theme that he's trying to narrow in on, at least in this third episode here so far. And it's very interesting. But you know, like always, the developers are taking something that we know to be a struggle, and they're expanding it into the fantasy realm here. So that's just what I've noticed in this first like 20 minutes here of episode 3. And to some degree, Yosemite is almost in denial, or she appears like she's in denial, but she is just holding on to what memories she has. Yosemite's smile looks like it's starting to strain, forming dimples I've never seen before. Yellowstone looks away, frowning as she bends down to pick up the broom. Poor Zion can only silently beg me for help. Sorry, kid, but I don't think Yosemite is going to let me win this one. Finally, she settles on Yosemite and tries to force her own smile. Her desperation for this moment to end practically carved into her eye.
Okay. I'll try to be more careful and not get dirty when playing from now on.
She pats Zion on the head and stands up, massaging the bridge of her nose like she was just struck with a migraine.
Sweetie.
Zion snaps to attention.
Be a dear and dust off the top of the bookshelf for me, please. It's the easiest for you to reach.
Yes, of course. I'll get right on that.
Because I live in a nightmare, Zion plucks a feather from one of her rings and then flies up to the top of the bookshelf to use it as a duster. Is that painful? Do you need to regenerate that thing? Jesus. Also, Jesse is totally walking in with the entire crew here. Yosemite lumbers over to the sink, returning to the dishes and leaving me and Yellowstone alone in the middle of the cabin. I lean in and whisper as she uses the broom to swat out the dust under the couch.
Why do I feel like I just witnessed something kind of gross?
She whispers back.
'Cause Yosemite's got it bad.
Yosemite's got it bad.
Has what?
Yosemite feigns a cough from across the room. I mean, she's got big ears, man.
I'll see to my own as I deem fit, Ranger. Now get to cleaning before the better version of you arrives.
She's not wrong about that last bit, but I resent that first half. I've been here long enough to at least have some say in exactly how we play house.
Mama Bear Syndrome.
Yellowstone finishes her secret and slides off with a broom. Is it really much of a secret? It's none of my business. I won't make it my business. But if I were to make it my business, which I'm not, there would be an uneasy tickle crawling down my neck. Who knows, though? Wouldn't be the first time a punch ended up being the common cold. We all get to business and go about cleaning the cabin. Much to my endless relief, getting the mud out isn't as hard as I thought it would be. That's hardwood for you. Floor as God intended. Yeehaw, brother. Knock, knock, knock. As sure as the sun will swallow the earth, Jesse arrives right on time. 3 knocks clatter at the front door.
Knock, knock.
God, Jesse's in my fucking head. We all freeze. 3 sets of eyes look to me.
Crap, it's Jessie!
We can see that.
Technically, we can hear it.
If her perfume is as strong as last time, we might be able to smell it too.
We really need to talk with Yellowstone soon.
Sorry for being a minute late. Ernie locked the keys in the truck and it was just a whole big thing.
She grunts and I hear the porch creak.
Could you come open the door for me? I'm carrying a lot of stuff and it's actually
Another grunt.
a little heavy.
Her muffled voice sounds pathetic on the other side of the door. Sorry, Jessie, you'll have to wait a bit longer.
Sorry, I'm naked.
You're a terrible liar.
And you're just terrible. Now, go disappear or whatever it is you things do.
The three girls come together and lock hands. Zion grabs a fine strand of her muddy hair and whines.
We're still so dirty.
Get the fuck out of here.
Let's just splash around in the river and wash it all off.
I don't think so. You'll be using the campground showers like respectable.
All three of them vanish right in the middle of Yosemite's lecturing. A gust of wind rushes through my hair. Sounds have never been so therapeutic.
Please. Gravity is kicking my butt.
Coming!
I sprint over to the door and open it for her. Just in time, too, because Jessie looks like she's about to be crushed by the weight of all the grocery bags she's holding.
Hi, Eve.
Look at this jiggling. I think her muscles might collapse. The things I make this poor woman endure. The only comfort I can give her is a pitiable smile. I take half the bags and balance on my arms. I wobble to the table.
You're an angel.
That's a first.
I know, right? We drop all the bags on the table and catch our breaths. Produce and snacks slide out and spread across it.
Whew. Oh, my eyes just about bulged out of my head when you faxed me your grocery list. You must be a hungry gal.
Oh, I see. She fucking is trying to feed three mouths right now. Or 4 mouths.
I'm bulking.
And by bulking, I mean running my ass off so Yellowstone's cooking doesn't lead to the growth of said ass. What's so bad about having a little bit of a bigger ass, Eve, huh? Seriously, she has so many dishes she wants to try I can't keep up.
Well, whatever you're doing, I'm just glad it's making you happy.
You know, so what if you gain a couple of pant sizes? She flops down the chair Yosemite usually sits in and takes her hat off so she can fan herself a bit.
Oh, wasn't aware I gave off the impression of someone who was happy.
I slump down in my chair and rest my chin on the table.
Not on the outside. We haven't gotten that far yet. But I
Yet?
have reason to believe that on the inside, your heart is at least half full.
Or half empty. It's probably what she's gonna say. Something tells me Jessie's trying to get something out of her with that. But, well, other than the fact that Jessie wants to make her a more respectable, ranger. But something tells me she doesn't fully believe what she's saying.
Quit with the poetry and spill the dirt you have on me.
My muscles tense up. She couldn't possibly know anything of the girls, could she? Jessie slaps a stack of folded papers out of her breast pocket.
This right here,
She slices it through the air.
it's a stack of complaints.
Campers couldn't take the heat, huh?
These are all from the rangers who work the station across the clearing.
Get the ad playing. Let me take a sip of water so that my strained little throat doesn't die on me while I hop for it. You heard the fucking water bottle come to my mouth in real time. Alright. 16. Fuck, now I have to drink again. Oh no, what? Oh. You just wanted to hear the sound of something plugging my mouth, didn't you? Huh, what a surprise.
Oh,
Hydrate. Oh god, no! I'm gonna have to
do their jobs right.
I have to drink again. Let me open up a new bottle. I just downed like 2/3 of a bottle in one little sitting there. I put on my best baby voice, and honestly, I think it's hilarious. But Jessie must think otherwise because she gives me a flat glare.
Let's read a couple, shall we?
Ugh.
Rolling my eyes, I open one of the bags of teriyaki jerky Jessie bought. She gives a distinguished cough as she unfolds the papers and begins reading.
Ranger Adams is highly competent at her job.
More than them, at least.
I answer with half-chewed jerky still in my mouth.
However, her confrontational demeanor and rigid personality often puts her at odds with the other Rangers.
Yes, and...
Rigid? That's a new one.
Jessie scoffs as she moves on to the next file.
On various occasions, Ranger Adams has insisted that I am incapable of properly doing my job, and in one such instance, implied a threat of bodily harm against me by making a strangling motion when she believed my back to be turned.
Okay, that skid mark is a trust fund baby.
Oh my
He's only here
God.
because his old man rubbed elbows with the last secretary up in Washington.
This one is my favorite.
She reads off the next one in their stack.
Despite only working Mondays through Fridays, Ranger Adams routinely comes into the station on weekends to file paperwork that is not her own and investigate office supplies to make sure they are, and I quote, up to regulation standard.
And...
They were printing out fire permits on yellow paper, Jessie. Yellow paper! I know things are always tight around here, but I couldn't just let them do that!
why not on yellow paper? Because they're like... Because that's the fly paper for, like, you know, writing carbon copies? I guess. You know, okay. You know the paper, the fly paper I'm talking about? It goes over a sheet of paper, and you write on that sheet, and it copies down to the thing below. I guess what she's saying is they're using that paper to write fire permits. She takes off her hat and fans herself with it, strands of her hair flowing past her smug face. Instead of saying anything, she just smiles.
So what? You here to scold me then?
At first. But you know those rate how we're doing sheets?
The ones that no one ever fills out?
I wouldn't be so sure about that.
From her breast pocket, she takes out a stack of paper. This one is way thicker, though, like a deck of cards. She slides it over to me.
Pissed off that many people, huh?
Give yourself more credit. These are all compliments.
Mm-hmm.
What? That can't be right.
She's teasing me. That has to be it. I finger crawl my fingers over the paper, but stop just shy of grabbing it to read. No one actually has the willpower to tolerate me finger-wagging them for more than 5 minutes. Maybe here or there, but only on the rare occasion when they're actually interested, or when they're pretending to be polite. But I have to. It's my job to nag them into safety, so that maybe they take care of themselves and the planet around them. Maybe.
Every single one of these praises you by either name or description. There's a few bits here and there about scaring small children, but generally speaking, they love you.
She clasps her hands together and rests her chin on the back of them. The look on her face isn't smug anymore. It's scarier. It's that genuine glint of warmth in her eyes. It's pride. Makes me uncomfortable. Not because of the crushing duty of obligation or anything, nothing like that. Because of what's written on these sheets is real, and that would imply that the Eve who is here now is, well, different than the one who is exiled to this cabin.
What they love is a ranger in a big hat who can do the whole shtick and gimmick with them. I'm a walk-around character in a theme park!
Well, you are a character. I slide the papers back to her, but she pushes them right on back.
What you are is someone people can rely on and learn from. Encapsulating ideals doesn't make you a fraud, Eve. You don't pick fights for no reason. You're honest. That's something people respond to. And there's not a soul alive who doesn't have an opinion on honesty. That's why I love these. Even the complaints. They tell me that you're showing the rest of the world what I already know about you.
Oh, that's something I don't think I'm ready to believe.
I think you put too much stock in everyone.
And I don't think you put in enough. Try having faith in your fellow man for once.
I feel like I've also said the line recently, you put too much stock in everyone. But when she says it, I'm sitting here like, because it's everyone. So maybe I'm an idiot. Maybe I'm the bozo. She can generalize it as that, but I don't think it's my fellow man I'm not ready to have faith in. Looking down at the stack of papers like looking down at the Bible. Thick, daunting, and tells me more about myself than I would actually like to know.
I'll let you keep those.
Jessie shoots me a smirk that turns into a grimace. Her hand springs from her back as she lets out a pain grunt. I wince as she tries to soothe the pain. She makes the discomfort vivid enough to feel through osmosis.
How's that back of yours doing?
So kind of you to ask.
That hung right there is taken directly from Ralph's Discord post. All she can do is groan. Her entire upper body looks as stiff as a plank, just like Ralph when he's posting.
Let's get you over to the couch.
Where's Kimmy? I haven't teased Kimmy at all today, and she deserves some teasing. I've only teased you two today. I've only like beat the two of your asses. I need to divert my my negative attention elsewhere. Oh my god. I move to get out of my chair, but she waves her hand at me to stay away.
Let it happen! Let it happen!
The whole dramatic command somehow makes its way through her teeth. I swear sometimes she's just as stubborn as me. After a few more moments of gritting her teeth and willing her way through the worst of it, she collapses in a chair and catches her breath.
You're going to overwork your way back into the wheelchair, you know?
I see my doctor has gotten to you too, huh?
Doesn't take a PhD to give common sense. Seriously, just take this surgery, Jessie.
And be out for a month? I don't think so. What would everyone do without me?
Poor Jessie. With her big boobs.
We'd manage.
What, the gift shop?
It doesn't even take a second for her to correct the record.
I'm sorry, that was really mean. I love you all. You all do such wonderful work.
Look at you. You can't even claim a small victory without stressing out over it.
She whines like a teenager.
I know. I blame all this paperwork. It's a lot of sitting down at desks, and my back just never took to it after the promotion. I'm filing more reports now than I ever did working patrol down in Santa Monica.
Back to my Santa Monica dream. Now that I believe this woman's existence, so I find a bit harder to take. Hold on. I need to write that one. Write down that one so I can listen to it after the stream. Santa Monica Dream in the Life is Strange OST. After getting crippled into early retirement, she trains her way out of borderline paralysis and takes a job with the Park Service. She's nuts. Certifiable even. Oh, so it's more than that. It's she probably actually has a back injury, like a serious like disc or spinal, probably a disc injury. I had to guess. Damn. Yeah, same brain cell.
Just try taking it a little easier. You're not getting any younger.
Hey! What's that supposed to mean? My 30s aren't sunsetting just yet.
Of course not. It's more like golden hour. Yeah.
Her back must be feeling a hell of a lot better because now she's clasping her chest, wounded by the truth.
Oof. Even your platitudes are cutting.
I thought you liked my honesty.
Not when I'm on the other end of it.
Jessie pouts to herself, then sighs. She whispers something I'm pretty sure she wants me to hear anyway.
Work in progress, Jessie. Work in progress.
Oh my god. Yep, she really is a work in progress, isn't she? Real piece of work, this one. She throws her hat and slips it back on, and then cautiously rises up from the chair.
What? You're leaving already? You just got here.
Just because it's your day off doesn't mean it's mine. I can't stay here and chit-chat forever.
Stretching, she lifts her arms overhead and lets all the slip discs and nerves crack back into place. She gives me a chirpy little smile.
Unless you say please.
I slide out of my chair, walk over, grab her shoulders, and shove her towards the door.
Yeah. Please leave.
She chuckles as I escort her. Honestly, I am sad to see her go so soon. Jessie might be the only person in the entire park that I haven't pushed away through the years, even as I'm physically pushing her away from me. She actually cares about me. God knows why.
Oh, before I forget, what's on your agenda today?
We stop at the door. A strong wind blows into the cabin. I look off into the distance, and instead of morning birds flying through the sky, I see a stroke of dark gray forming on the horizon.
Looks like it's fixing to rain, so I guess I'll go see if anyone needs help keeping the water out of their tents. Maybe drop by the station and make sure nothing is leaking.
It's your day off. The jesters over there probably would sooner let it flood than think to put a bucket underneath the leak.
Yeah, don't do that. They think I dropped by to chew you out. Take it easy on them for a few days, and if they ask, just say I made you cry.
There goes my agenda.
Jessie wants to keep up appearances.
For Pete's sake, Eve! It's your day off. Get some hobbies.
I stand in stunned silence as she marches over to the truck.
I have hobbies.
Jessie snorts. I have hobbies. She climbs into the cab and starts the ignition. Leaning out the door, she shouts over the engine.
Coffee doesn't count. Go read that book you ordered. Should be with the groceries.
Book?
When did I order a book? All I faxed her with my grocery list.
Ta-ta for now. I'll radio you later.
Fucking Yosemite used the fax machine to tag on shit. I was also thinking to myself, I bet that maybe Yosemite's crew might have tampered with the like recommendations and shit, because like Eve said that nobody fills them out, right? And the fact that they were filled out and giving her positive reviews is very strange, because usually you would only fill that shit out for negative reviews about somebody. So that's why I was thinking that maybe the team snuck in and filled out some fake positive reviews or something, you know? And in here, it's clear that Yosemite faxed her additional information that like just tagged on shit on her order. Jessie twinkles her fingers out the window and salutes me a goodbye. As I watch her drive out of the clearing, I just feel more confused. She said plenty of confusing things this morning, the biggest being that crap about me being someone people can rely on. But that still doesn't explain much what book she was talking about. The truck coughs and wheezes down the clearing and onto the dirt road. It climbs over the bend in the horizon. When it's out of sight, I step back into the cabin. My gaze shift over to the table, and in my head I sift through the groceries. It's vague, but I can make out the rectangular shape of a book pressing against one of the bags. Weird. Really weird. It's what's been a rarity since the day I was first stationed here. The cabin is silent. Even if the girls are just in another room, it's the first time in a while that I don't have curious or prying eyes on me. The whole space feels dead and empty. Maybe a while back I would have liked it, but now it just feels unnerving. I go to the table and unpack the entire produce aisle from the bag, and sure enough, a paperback is waiting for me near the bottom. So new and unread, the cover still has a gleam to it. The Proust effect. The senses as doorways to lost memories. Which, of course, is kind of a real thing. I mean, it's very easy for, like, using any sort of sense to evoke lost memories, especially smells, because the olfactory, like, nerve sort of goes up right by the hippocampus, the hippocampus? Hypothalamus. And the thalamus. It's like right up in there. And it responds really well into both the limbic system and the amygdala. And so smells are going to be one of the most powerful ways to evoke memories because of that. And so I think that's what we're describing here in the book. Obviously, pretty much any memory or any sense can remind you of things. But yeah, smell being first. I'm not sure if touch is up there, but sight and sound probably. I feel like touch would be the least, but there's also more implicit things that touch will remind you of, as opposed to those explicit memories. Like, for example, if you put a pencil between somebody's fingers who hasn't written in a while, well, it'll work. And that is memory. It's just a little bit more implicit than what I think Yosemite is going for. Because those aren't the sorts of things that are lost when you have amnesia, for example. Or I should say, like, anterograde amnesia. Those sorts of things aren't lost. But, like, yeah. Although it's not anterograde amnesia, it's still retrograde amnesia in her case. But still, those are a little bit less associated with those types of memory disorders. But yeah, definitely smell the most. But smell is also most associated with the limbic system, because the hypothalamus is there, right? And so smells can bring up emotions extremely readily. I pick it up and flip it over. It doesn't take more than reading the first sentence in the summary to know that this is Yosemite Purchase. Of course it is. Who else but her? All she reads is pseudoscience and history. This isn't really pseudoscience, though. It's sort of pseudoscience. The way that they're talking about, like, lost memories and stuff. More that those smells act as like a primer for you to then recall certain things. Right. It's not pseudoscience. The only part that might be pseudoscience are like the unlocked and locked memories and stuff. But even then, there's some validity to it. There are things that we can repress. There are things that just we aren't primed to remember, etc., etc. All she reads is pseudoscience and history, and then she tries to mix the two until they form a theory salad. Still, Yosemite isn't someone who wastes her time without a reason. There's always a logic to it, as warped as it might end up being. So it makes me wonder, what kind of mind labyrinth is she exploring right now? And to put a finer point on it, why didn't she mention it? The knob to the bathroom turns, the door squeaks. I drop the book so fast it may as well be my college philosophy class.
Rub-a-dub-dub! Thanks for the scrub.
I only understood half of that, but you're welcome.
Thanks for the scrub.
Thank you very much, Yosemite. Sorry for getting messy.
Oh, look at the little shirt that she's in. That they're both in. Wait. I Love Zion? Is this... What is this down here? Is that Yellowstone down there? Look at the shirts. It's blocked by this overlay here, but they're like matching shirts.
You're very welcome, sweetie. Just be more careful next time.
Wow, that was the happiest that Yosemite's ever sounded. The three park girls pranced out of the bathroom. Not a single speck of mud to be found on Yellowstone or Zion. Except for the outfits I've gotten used to seeing them wear, they're both wearing matching, oversized t-shirts. An I Love Zion National Park for Yellowstone and I Love Yellowstone National Park for Zion. It's so disgustingly adorable, my body has a physical reaction to it. Like my heart is melting or something. I hate it, but also I kind of love it. Yosemite seems to be having a similar reaction, except her gushing is focused more or less on Zion, who she watches with a dopey smile, until our eyes meet. Then she just frowns.
What's wrong with you? Just see a ghost?
I'm still hovering over the table like a weirdo, with the book now laying lopsided on the table. Totally not suspicious, Eve. Your snooping is both subtle and inconspicuous. Clearing my throat, I slink away from the scene of my crime. Hopefully it doesn't look as suspicious as I feel.
Sure did. 4 of them, in fact. Every day.
I'm going to avoid this conversation, so just roll with this, okay? Yosemite eyes me, both of us taking mirrored steps to our new positions. Me to the couch, her to the table.
Oh. Who's the 4th?
But why? What are you hiding, Ranger? I shoot her a pair of finger guns and click my tongue like a smooth criminal I know I absolutely am not.
The one I see in the mirror.
Doesn't matter, just let the conversation die, you entitled shrub. Man, Ralph, if I ever RP with your fucking Sylvari in Guild Wars 2, I'm gonna call you an entitled shrub. Her brow furrows. She stares down at the table for a long time, squinting as she focuses in on something. It has to be the book. She's too savvy for her own good. She knows I saw it, and now I'm going to get a lecture for not minding my own business, despite her not telling me she was ordering it to begin with.
Your self-deprecation is boring. I'm starting to think it's the only gimmick you have.
It's cute that you think you can hide things from me. Be sure your sins will find you out. Because if they don't, I will. Oh god, here it comes.
What are these?
She picks up a folded stack of visitor surveys that Jessie left here and waves them through the air. An audible groan slips out of me. Somehow this is even worse than if she figured out I saw the book.
Visitor surveys. Jessie thought they were important enough for me to see.
And I suppose you're ecstatic for the new fireplace kindling.
Not today. Everything in that stack involves yours truly.
What did you do this time?
A good job, apparently.
I scoff while saying it, because if I'm being honest, I still don't buy it. Maybe we just got a weird batch of visitors, or maybe those surveys are so layered with sarcasm it flew over Jessie's head. She's nice enough for that to happen. Whatever it is, it's not me. Yosemite scrambles to unfold the surveys. Her eyes scan across the paper, going from side to side as she reads from top to bottom. When she's done, her ears twitch and perk up.
Eve, this is positive. Glowing, even.
Yeah, just like you'll be after she's done with that hate fuck.
I'll take your word for it.
Once I've had time to digest everything, I'll start going through all of them. But right now, the idea of reading them reminds me of hearing my voice come out of a phone or a radio. It forces a specific kind of objectivity I'm not ready for. But Yosemite is ready for it. She laps that stuff up, flipping from page to page, devouring each one faster than I'm convinced she can actually read. She stops on one. A warm smile, untainted by her ego or usually sarcasm, spreads across her face. A flush red crosses her cheeks and her pebble-like freckles glitter beneath the red. It reminds me of a vivid sunset. Oh. Yeah, you're finding her cute, huh? So look at that face.
I'm keeping this one.
Those are official files that are technically property of the federal government.
And now this one is an official document for my records. Ha ha ha!
Somebody's head bobs to her fake laugh. She rolls the one paper into a tube and slides it into her jacket. The rest she puts back down on the table. The entire time, Zion has been eyeing the groceries and pursing his lips, as if she's been waiting for us to finish her conversation. I want to know what's on the file. She's such a considerate little cherub.
Yellowstone, did you see? Miss Eve's mom brought groceries.
My what?
I
sure did. It's a freight load of it, too. Now I can whip up all those vegetarian recipes you wanted me to try. Thanks, Mama Eve.
Thanks, Eve's mom.
Like I said, they're a great pair of mothers for these two.
Let me stop you there. Jessie is my boss, not my mom. What kind of mental gymnastics did you do to get that idea?
The idea that she looks old enough to be my mom would cause what's left of Jessie's ego to crumble into dust if she heard this.
Oops. That's my bad.
Zion gives an apologetic bow.
She's so kind and gentle with you. I just assumed.
Like a drunk kicking open the church's door mid-sermon, Yellowstone barges back into the conversation.
Yeah, plus you talk to her like a cranky teenager.
Thank you, Yellowstone.
I wouldn't be surprised if Eve said something to the effect of, "Teenagers scare the living shit out of me."
And she's taller than ya.
Thank you, Yellowstone.
And you wear the same clothes.
'Cause it's our uniform. What planet do you live on?
Meanwhile, Yosemite is doing a terrible job to hide her amusement. Her puffed-out cheeks the only things keeping her cackling at bay.
Perhaps she's the better version of you after all.
I collapse on the couch, tossing my arm over my eyes as a makeshift sleep mask. Wake me up when this tangent is over.
And the better version of you is the one on postcards. Now shove it.
For a brief, wondrous moment, all is quiet. Then I feel a weight pressed down one of the couch cushions. I uncover my eyes to get a view of one of the lesser-known sights of the park. Yosemite's back. She sits on the edge of the couch, close enough for me to catch a smell of lemongrass and pine needles that always accompany her, but far enough for me not to kick her off for invading my personal space. See, she even likes the way she smells. She can stay. For now.
So now that your little get-together with Jessie has been adjourned, how do you plan on wasting the rest of your day off?
It's only a waste if I spend it with you.
You're not going to be saying that in 3 episodes.
Is that your answer, then?
2 episodes. I give the best shrug I can while lounging on the couch.
Boss lady told me not to piss off the bums at the station, so my plans for the day are dead. Might still go down to the camp and help people prep for the rain, though.
But she did say, "I'm gonna spend my day off with you." Maybe do some journaling inside Teddy. Agonize over whether or not I want to read those surveys. After all, they aren't technically real until I read them.
Actually...
That's one way of looking at it. Yellowstone pokes her head over the back of the couch, thrusting her volcano between me and Yosemite.
As much as I admire you not having any hobbies, because you're such a stickler for your work and all, I think there was something Zion wanted to bring up with you gals.
Why is everyone so stuck on this today? I have hobbies, lots of them. You'd at least have me an entire hand to list them all off. Yellowstone waves over at Zion.
Don't be shy, cutie. They're gonna go gaga for the idea.
Yosemite and I pass unsure glances at each other. Pretty sure the last time I went gaga for anything was when I was an infant. Twiddling her thumbs and staring at her feet, Zion floats in front of us as if being forced to introduce herself to the rest of class.
I didn't want to bring it up in case Miss Eve had any plans, but if it's okay, I'd like to make a suggestion.
Take a quick drink while they out of room.
Go ahead and say what you need to.
Yosemite's tone is light, airy, and oozing with adoration. She treats Zion with kids' gloves, while the rest of us get boxing gloves instead.
Well, you've been living with us for some time now, Miss Eve. And while it was an adjustment, it's also been very wonderful. Things are much more lively now.
While I appreciate the sentiment, I think, why does it feel like she's about to say, but it's not working out?
Unfortunately, it's not often that the 4 of us get to spend time together. What with you and your work, Yosemite and her research,
Yellowstone spreading chill vibes.
Yes, and Yellowstone spreading her message of chill vibes. We all spend time together, but we don't spend time together. It can get rather lonesome.
Preach it, sister!
Yellowstone gives a sagely nod, but I'm not sure if I buy the illusion.
So, if it's not an issue, perhaps we can all spend today, well, together.
If this isn't a Miss Kobayashi's Dragon Maid sequence, I don't know what is. Over the course of her pitch, Zion's face gone getting progressively pinker. The monumental task of addressing us all, too much for her timid soul to bear. A stark contrast to the righteously furious angel that delivered a hellish tongue lashing upon Yosemite not too long ago. But between all the stutters, gulps, and pauses, she still managed to spit the whole thing out. It's enough to make me at least humor the suggestions.
Did you have anything in mind?
Actually, there was...
How about a picnic?
Yosemite cuts Zion off and does it with a smile on her face.
Ooh, I'm always down for a good old-fashioned picnic. We can have macaroni salad, P&P sandwiches...
P&P?
PB and P?
Peanut butter and pickles, you goofball!
Do I have any pickles in the house? I kind of want to try this. Is this a bad idea? I want to put this to the test, okay? Because after saying that, I want to put this to the test, and I want to see how peanut butter and pickles go together in a sandwich. Maybe I can make it a, It is likely a bad idea. What if I make it a, channel points redeem? I have to eat a peanut butter and pickle sandwich if you guys bring it up to a certain point. Or maybe it can be a sub point redeem or something, or like a sub redeem. It's my stomach that's okay. There's gotta be something here that we can do. Either, like, if we reach 20 subs, I'll eat a peanut butter and pickle sandwich. Or we can do the community challenge, but I don't want to mix up the community challenges, so maybe it'll be like, if I reach 20 subs, I'll eat a peanut butter and pickle sandwich. I'll do it. But I have to get some pickles first. So, we'll have to worry about that another time.
Picnic is fine, but I veto whatever that is.
Before Yellowstone can whine about it, Zion wriggles back into the conversation that she sparked.
Isn't it going to rain, though? I was thinking we could do something inside. Board games, charades.
Aww.
That might be nice.
Zion trails off into her suggestions or quiet whispers. It must have been persuasive enough for Yellowstone, though. As she leaps to the rescue and lifts Zion back up.
You got a point. There was a storm brewing out there earlier. Let's just put that idea on ice for now and kick back here instead.
Nonsense. Zion loves picnics.
As certain as she sounds for insisting on what someone else likes, the moment she says it, the look on her face is anything but. Her lips purse into a deep frown. She stares at Zion, and for all the pride and snobbery, Yosemite actually looks pathetic. Like a scared child looking to an adult for comfort.
You do, don't you?
Zion stares up at her, and they lock eyes. Any hesitation she had about picnics or rain melts away into a bright grin.
You're right. I love them.
Using her wings to propel her forward, Zion flutters into Yosemite's arms, and two of them tightly embrace. Yosemite closes her eyes and smiles, soaking in the moment of affection. Zion's eyes are wide open and far away. She is not smiling. I don't know about this. There's something off about this dynamic, but I'm not sure I'm able to grasp what that is. Eve is not thinking about the subtext right now. I look to Yellowstone, hoping for some silent elaboration, where she just clicks her tongue and starts walking towards the kitchen. Maybe she's right about it just being an intense case of Mama Bear syndrome. Who am I to say how park girls interact?
So what about the weather, genius? Or are you just craving soggy sandwiches?
Linear thinking. You're so good at it. We aren't limited to just eating within this park. There are other options. And I know just the place.
Let's go to Zion. Zion looks up at her, most of her face buried in Yosemite's jacket.
You do?
Oh yes. In fact, it's your favorite place.
With a stretch and a yawn, I prop myself off the couch.
Guess that means it's time for another field trip.
Look, Eve looks happy about something for once. My thinking may be linear, but if those paintings on the walls have been anything to go by, it sounds like the four of us will be pieing into Zion National Park. I can act like a grump all I want, but Zion National Park has been on my bucket list for a while. Maybe if I'm lucky, they'll take me to Weeping Rock Trail. I really want to hike under the mountain's overhang. The best part of hikes like that is you get sprinkled by the waterfalls. It's so refreshing that you'll feel so rejuvenated after.
Excited?
I freeze, only now realizing I'm grinning. It's a normal human reaction, but Yosemite has a way of making it feel like losing.
A little.
It's embarrassing, but there are some parts of me I can't deny. Like how I had a banana phone till I left for college. I'm always going to be an earthy nature freak deep down.
I better get cooking then. It's still bright and early outside, but it's almost high noon in Utah. You know, when I end up sharing our picnic with the crickets.
Wait.
Yellowstone's in the middle of tying an apron around her.
I'll fix the food this time.
Let's go, Yosemite. At first, Yellowstone beams, because if there's one thing she loves more than helping, it's being offered help. But as sudden as lightning flashes through the sky, that morphs into a grimace.
Golly, I sure do appreciate the offer, Yosemite, but it's all fine and dandy. I can whip all this up lickety-split.
Because Yosemite's a shit cook. Yosemite releases Zion from eternal hug and makes her way to the stove, snatching an apron right off Yellowstone's back.
It's not fine and it's not dandy. You wanted more help around here anyway, so here it is. Besides, I know Zion's favorite food.
Just like that, Yosemite begins bringing groceries from the table to the counter. Yellowstone looks on in quiet horror, unable to stand up to the tyrant. Biting her thumb, she mumbles to herself.
Okie dokie, this is all fine. It's all gonna turn out swell. Just trust Yosemite.
I lean in and whisper to Yellowstone. The two of us are quickly becoming the keeper of all secrets within this cabin.
Be straight with me. Should I be scared of Yosemite's cooking?
Yes, you should be. We all should be.
Look at her, look at the jiggling, look at the shaking. Oh my god. Or she was vibrating for like a second. As we resign ourselves to whatever fate, Yosemite cooks up, Zion walks past us and stops at one of the paintings. She stares up at hers, focusing on it as if she were looking for something, deep into the valley painted on the canvas. And for a long time, she stays like that. Does she not even remember her own park? I'm gonna pause here for now. Go ahead and save it. And next time we'll pick up right where we left off. Tomorrow, of course, we're gonna be doing some Final Fantasy IX. But I know somebody said that my voice was strained earlier today. It's definitely strained. By now. I'm still sort of recovering from that really long stream that we had. So I think it's going to end a little earlier than I normally do. Let's see, who can I raid today? Ooh. Hold on. I gotta send you guys to Ratsukari. I don't have a choice. I gotta send you to the rat. Thank you so much, guys. See you tomorrow at 8. Go tell Ratsukari that the cat carrier is open. And I'll see you guys next time. Have a good one, y'all.